Good morning, everybody. Happy hump day. Luca Bamba, GTA, Lobo to Welfare, H2O Bubbles, Heidenreich. What's up, everybody? How's everybody feeling? Germ Corp, Hoot the Morgan, my friend. Great to see you. Good morning, my lady. Arctic Fox, Alaska. What's up, brother? So how you guys feeling? We got that MSNBC energy. Oh boy. Rock and roll, that's what I'm talking about. You know what's up, Germ Corp. With me as always, Mr. Enzo. How you feeling there, buddy?
Still wondering why you're talking to a British man and a Dutch.
You know what? We're not gonna pose those kind of questions today.
Right. Fair play. I'm doing well. How are you this morning?
I'm feeling just like Luca Bamba.
Oh, you guys both feel awful. Good. The market does not stop because we party till we drop. Okay, we have a Rumble now. We're looking spicy. We got a TikTok now. We're looking even better right now. I'm out here I'm gonna be doing dances in a second. Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Germ Corp. What if I were to go and just start us off hot real quick and say that we probably go non-financial advice. We make a big move today to the downside.
Okay. What are you basing that just on what you're seeing in the charts or anything else? Or
I'm basing that what I see in the charts. I just saw Tesla that we were watching yesterday for the break. It broke down through that level of support.
Target's taking a dump. What happened
Right.
there?
So
15% they're down. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's going to be a Walmart sympathy as well. Something's going to go wrong there. I watched AMD. I told everybody this yesterday. You can go back on the live stream. If you don't, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I told everybody what was going to happen. I actually think that I called this NVIDIA and AMD drop perfectly. You're seeing things go up that are like Clovis Oncology. You're looking at OCGN looking even for no reason. But the entire market's down almost an entire percent. I need a big boy rip back to the top side, or I need an immediate, at least retest of a lot of the places that we're at right now. Because if we're not going to go and make a substantial move back to, let's say, 400 on the SPY, I don't see this even having a chance. And then to go and like things weren't bad enough this morning during futures, then I just happened to look over and realize that, oh, we are dropping bombs on NATO countries. I'm new to this. That's basically kicking your soccer ball in the wrong old man's yard.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that doesn't seem well either. So I'm watching the SPY right now. If this thing decides to break low, which it already has, this red line from yesterday is still the trend that we were looking at. I know that you guys can't see this, but right this moment, 397.30 on my charts is where we're trying to hold. If we do not hold that and we go down to the bottom side of 396.93, we are more than likely going to come to the downside even harder. And I am actually starting to look at, what if we really decided to get going? I could see us going to, let's just call my first place 393. If we can go through the 395, which I think we're going to, first places I'm looking at is 393 and then 390. But 391.08 is where I think we're coming back to regardless. So play that however you would like. I'm holding Tesla puts, SPY puts, DWAC puts, AMD, NVIDIA, and SQ calls. excuse me, SQ calls, Nvidia, AMD, everything else is puts to the downside.
So you're liking the downside. Drunk Savvy dropping that Target earning news. Mr. Santa, good to see you, buddy. Hyde, what we ended up doing was watching it in the Discord instead of doing a Rumble thing. Interesting conversation.
We couldn't do a live stream in the Rumble because we don't have enough members. And the content's been going up there since we started the channel. I just didn't realize it was doing that. Nvidia's down 2.5 right now, breaking under that 162.50. Isn't that weird that that's the one line on my chart, MIA? 162.50 on Nvidia.
Going up or down from there?
It's gonna go down. It's gonna go look for this support at the 162. Let's see where that trend came from. It came from here. If we break low of, I mean, we're going to 148 regardless. We'll call it 152 just to be safe. But 147, I could see 150.27 and 147.55. I see the SPY as soon as it decides that it does not want to go. I would assume that it might give it a little pump. It might try to go and break that little whatever the hell that is this morning from 4 to 6. It might try to go fill that gap right there at 399.50, but it's gonna try to give you, oh hey, everything's fine. Like, it's not fine. We just had essentially a rocket shot at a NATO country for the first time, and I don't think that's ever happened. That's a big deal.
I don't know exactly where it came from and what they're, so I mean, it depends on what they do. There's different options.
If anybody is gonna try to tell me right now, I'm new at this. Somebody shot a rocket that killed 2 people, whatever, and killed 2 people on Polish soil. They will be coming to ask about that.
Yeah, but Trump was a little bit out of place yesterday. He made it seem like it was done way deeper into Poland than it really was. And again, I don't have actual confirmation. I've heard
I just saw it on the news.
Anywhere from 2 miles in to 4 miles. Trump said 50 miles in. I don't think it was that far.
Probably not.
So
Tesla looks like it's going to get rejected at 192.07. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a convenient distraction.
Very.
It was a convenient distraction. I don't think. I mean, it would have made news either which way, but I think they did overblow it a little bit to take away from.
Right. I love that.
From Trump.
I love that thought.
What did you think of Trump last night? Being, that you're just kind of watching politics play out for not the first time.
Hold on a minute. The Messiah himself is right there staring at me in the doorway right now. MIA.
Who, Leroy Jenkins?
Leroy Jenkins shows up on the worst of all days that he always can. I'm telling you, you made something with that frog. I'm telling you, like, I said one day, hey, Leroy Jenkins is here, MIA, coast is clear, it's upside, baby, let's go. And so I should
sell these puts I just bought? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm saying, like, that frog, every time he comes by the door, he wants to let me know, hey, the market's going down right now, Enzo, we gotta see downside right here. So we're gonna play it off the frog. The roof breaks to the right. Yes, Uncle Ernest, the catfish are huge, okay? But we're not gonna go and hold that support. We're gonna get rejected from it on the SPY. Leroy's definitely thinking downside, so we're gonna go and throw some contracts around to the downside. I am going to be personally playing the 3 2 day out. Now, the 18th, I will be playing the 390s, and I'm probably going to wait. Let's see if I can even get you a little bit more info. On those contracts.
I'm sitting on a 390 spy put for Friday.
Beautiful. If we come up, we're gonna go and take 169, 160. Let's call it 160, just because you might get some theta decay off that. But you're looking at 140 for that contract right now. To the upside, if you're looking to get into that contract, you're gonna try to see it hold 87 cents. And if it doesn't hold 87 cents, you're looking at probably 58 if it decides to hold it. But this contract could easily double itself today. So,
that's some pretty big news right there. U.S. mortgage rates dropped below 7% and biggest decline since July 2022. I like to see that. Hopefully that.
What is that to the downside? Because that doesn't sound good.
No, it's good for buyers. It's good for the housing market. The people could buy houses with lower mortgage rates. I didn't expect to see.
So we're gonna do the .com crash of 2008 again, right? We're just gonna do that. We're gonna keep selling people homes with nobody paying their. Okay, all right. Hey, whatever, dude. Hey, dude, get your toboggans ready because we're about to go skiing. We're about to go down that black diamond. That whoo later, buddy.
Junk Savvy, I do agree that is the good sign. The sides were downplaying the tension, and that the word accident was even being used. So yeah, hopefully it's not a escalation.
Real quick, how many people actually knew about the Poland thing before I said anything? Before anybody said anything? If nobody would have gone and said anything to you this morning, would you have actually seen that article? I'm saying
we talked about it on here yesterday when it happened. We were talking about it on here during Power Hour yesterday.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that we're getting a rejection this morning, and now we're gonna go and look like we're double bottoming. Just what? From yesterday's after hours. Are you sitting here to tell? Are you to tell me right this moment we're going upside? No. Okay. Yeah. There's no earthly way that you're going to go and ignore that piece of information. Here's the only reason that I think that I might be wrong is because of that information. That piece of information is almost too good to go, oh, the market's gonna fly because somebody's shooting a missile off at each other. So if I'm looking at something to how would I screw me today, it would be to try to get me into a spot where I'm taking a daily call, or I'm sorry, a daily put, trying to go and grab 390 or so. I would break it under the 393 and I would go and hang it right about 389, and then I would bounce it back to probably 380 or 398. But if this thing really wants to come down, it could go all the way down to, I believe on the daily we were looking at
got industrial production numbers down 0.1% versus a up 0.1% estimate.
389.40.
So may see some downside on that industrial production, again down 0.1%, and they were expecting a 0.1% increase.
So right here at the open, we're looking at Tesla coming back down to this 191.82 area. That's trying to give it support. Doesn't have a lot of it. Just letting you know, it just does not have a lot of it. Spies coming to the downside off that news if that just came and dropped.
And the other numbers on this, capacity utilization, 79.9% versus a 80.4% estimate, so that came in short as well.
Everybody's gonna think that I'm on drugs, but honestly, I'm using DraftKings as an indicator right now. First time I've ever done it, but I have found a pattern that I like on DraftKings. So.
Okay, so when you come back, why don't you explain to the people what you're seeing that would make that? What you would see in that to make you use that as an indicator opposed to what you usually use?
Well, I'm looking back at the SPY here. Gave me a really hard breakdown. What was this? Monday, the 14th. Yeah, Monday. Then we got the same exact double bottom here to the 394, and we got to move off of that as well. It seems like, hey, that's good support. I can see somebody looking at that and going, oh, it bounced off the same place twice. That's great support. But what we did was we false broke over the 400, got pushed back literally $6 with no defense. And now we're barely getting back up to 399.80. I look at the SPY, and then I look at the exact same thing happening on DraftKings yesterday. We went through and we had the exact same movement that we did on the SPY. If that's the case, and I have this little area right here that I could run up to about 1534, 1532-ish, and come to the downside, break down through my 200, and then you're gonna have to come catch me to 14. I think that it has probably the amount of downside of 1420, just because the max pain for DraftKings is 1350 for the next 3 weeks. So SPY's max pain today is 395. On the 18th, it is 385. But there are November 17th contracts that are becoming live today. There's no open interest at all. But what there is there's a max pain of $340. I don't know how the hell they would do that. But there aren't even call options even made on the thing yet, and they're already making a max pain for it. So I wrote it down. I thought it was weird, but we go from 395 to 385 to 395 within 2 days. 11:16 to 11:18, you lose $10, and then 11:18 to 11:21, you gain that $10 back. I don't think you're going to gain that $10 back. I think the max pain is just going to reset to the downside. I want this to go and display to me off rip this morning. I want to break over the top of this. I want to see this go through 397.50 or run right up to it and look like it's about to just explode. But I think that if we can get some rejection off of that VWAP, let's get some probably 397.71 area. If it gives me more than that, I'm still going to take the downside. I'll average in, but I'm going out in time more so than I normally would. But I'm making sure with those I'm staying close to the money. What I'm trying to get people to realize right now is that if you find yourself a base or a structure, right here at 400 is a very good one when you're going and putting your ceiling in. So go and make sure that you're spending your money to go and have less risk, to go further out in time on your SPY puts, because then you can sit there and play all day without having to risk. If the market decides to want to go, all of a sudden, at least you basically would make your portfolio back if you're anywhere between $5,000-$10,000 portfolio if the market decides to just like black swan. But You can play it all day, every day, and still have a buffer from not being able to get screwed by things that you can't control. If you have your 10, your 15, your 20%, take them. If you got the grapes to go 100 and further, you need to be able to make sure that you have a reason, not just like I want to see it. No, when I have 400 or 500% options, like I did yesterday and the day before, the only reason I have those is because I still think I can get more, and I have an exit strategy. I'm not gonna go and hold that and just say, oh, well, I'm gonna willy-nilly it. There's a reason I'm waiting for certain things, but right now I'm waiting for the SPY decide to go to the downside right there. That would be gorgeous. Yeah, trying to come through the 397.02. I would really appreciate watching. See, look at this. DraftKings, red candle right there, MIA. See this?
No.
Red candle here. We got back underneath that 200, and as soon as it did, it got rejected here. If it does come back down through this support right here that it's had several times at 15.14, that thing is coming back down, and it's not going to stop until it gets to about let's just say $15 is where you should probably start looking at that. But this is coming down, and they're going to try to basically feed you a pop here. I do not think you're going to get that pop. I think that if you have puts, though, that are immediately big boy green, you need to take those puts, because they are going to try to run this back up to the top just for a minute. That's my thoughts. I'm looking for a trade myself that ends up with this going sub 392. I'll give you the liberty of not saying today.
All right. Non-refundable. Good morning, my friend. That's some interesting. So Canada Pensions will sell firms' equities that don't take ESG seriously. Well, that worked out well for them with FTX, with their high ESG rating, and the money that the Ontario Pension Fund dumped in there. So good to see that they're learning from their mistakes. Not really. Sabrina, good morning, Sabrina. Left your phone on top of the car, just found it on the side of the road. Oh, my Lord. Luckily, it wasn't harmed. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Enzo, what you feeling on DWAC, says non-refundable?
Oh, DWAC, same thing I said about it yesterday. It was going to get rejected off the 2840 and come to the downside. But I did look at it earlier. I like... Where are you, DWAC?
I got about 2 hours, Non. I'm good. I feel like I got hit by a truck. I'm not as good as I once was.
You still look sexy. That's all that matters. We need the curb appeal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fluff in the bushes. I like the 2431 break here. If it gets rejected from this 2431, that's not good. If it goes 20, if it does not get through here, we're looking at 19 sub 20. You might want to probably look at 2280 first. Yeah, there's a little bit of support there. So go and look at like 23. You're looking for the drop of 24. If you get the drop of 24, you're more than likely going to end up finding 18. But if this just decides to get weird, this is definitely a place where it could just decide to break back. I don't think it's going to. I think it just dropped through its support at the 2470 area. It could hold itself at the 2380. If it decides to hold 2380, I would go, if this decides to go and hit 2380 exactly and hold that, I'm taking DWAC up. If it does not, if it breaks down below that, closes the candle south, I'm out. We got 4 minutes to the open. Do not let them fool you. We just shot missiles off at each other, okay?
Well, the other side of that, though, is it could be, because people are looking at some kind of escalation or retaliation, we could get some kind of good news out of there, even if it's not really good news. It could be portrayed as good news where we don't see World War III start. So
I don't think there's going to be World War III. What I'm saying is I think that they're going to milk this to reset their... They weren't going to be able to go and push this where they're going to want to push this without somebody getting bombed. I asked you guys what was the next tragedy that's going to have to happen. Like, it's not a tragedy, but it is a narrative that comes out in the news that looks sketchy to me.
Well, that's just the whole news every day. I do think, I mean, and I'm not saying that it happened because of what Trump was doing, but the media definitely used it as a distraction from the Trump announcement. Again, that's not saying, oh, it was a planted story. No, they just capitalized on it to draw attention. And, you know, I think H2O Bubbles was right. I think he kind of rambled on a little bit last night. I think it was a little too long. I agreed with a lot of the stuff he had to say. You know, I don't think it was stuff that
Homie was in there for the hours. He was ready to go last night.
Yeah, he was, and you know, it was somewhat toned down. It wasn't over the top. So I think people need a little time to absorb this. You know, it's because it's so far out. You know, it's not something like, oh, the election's next week. We gotta have a reaction. Like, you know, I think there's still a lot of people that want to see if he's gonna run opposed, if someone's gonna go against him. I think people will be looking for to see who starts endorsing him.
I think that if he goes and gets Dave Chappelle
Never
as a running, no, it would never happen. But you know that would be the only way that an actual democracy could happen, because then he can say dumb shit and Dave Chappelle can roast him for it.
Yeah, I mean, he made a couple mistakes last night as far as maybe miss speaking a few times, but I thought he needed a glass of water, G. Yeah, he did. But, you know, it's easy for us to laugh at him, and even Biden, anybody up there, I can't imagine that kind of pressure. I get nervous talking to 20 of you guys. So, like, you're up there and you know the whole world is watching you. It's got to be a stressful situation. I don't care who you are, you know what I mean?
1 minute.
He does not drink water good, though. He needs to work on that.
No, especially in a water bottle, man. It's so bad.
Why does he? I mean, I don't know if it's arthritis or what, but he has a hard time. He struggles drinking that water. But I thought it was good. I didn't think it, you know, I didn't think he, I didn't think that he said or anything to divide the country anymore. So just gotta wait and see what happens. See how people feel about it.
1 minute.
Remember, guys, keep an eye on your own charts. You will get that slight YouTube delay. And we are off and running. The casino is open. I'm always too nice, Tennis. You know that. Unless you were in the Discord with us last night, then you might not have that opinion. And the market's opening cold. The Dow opening down 0.13%. NASDAQ opening down 0.85%. The S&P opening down almost 0.5%. Morning, crypto investor.
I just got out of my SPY put that I bought for dailies. Those were big. Those went big, boy.
D-Grade, good morning, buddy. Hope you got some sleep, D-Grade. Because I didn't. That DNA popped up here at the bell. 246. I know you bought that dip, Tennis. Let's see this thing rip now. I'll put it up. My heat map doesn't update until 9:45 for some reason, Tennis. I've been looking for a better one. I haven't found one that updates more frequently, but I will keep working on that. So I'll throw that up as soon as I got that data.
Look at the the November 17th.
On what?
They don't have anything under the 390 put. They only have 390 and then it goes straight to 380. That's weird. I love when they just start adding derivatives randomly. That's a good time. There goes Tesla.
That is weird. Why does it go from 390 to 380?
Because there is not very many of them. See, there's the reason right there on the SPY. I decided to take some.
But then you have the November 18th. Isn't like that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
No, because the November 18th have been around longer than.
Oh, so these were just put out today, the November 17th. Right? Because those did they exist yesterday?
Nope.
It was 16th and 18th yesterday, right?
You are correct.
Yeah, well, because I asked you about this the other day, because we had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday expirations with that, which I haven't seen. You said they do it. Is there any rhyme or reason to when it happens, or it's just kind of random?
Kind of random. No, I mean, like, the days aren't random, but, like, when they do that kind of shit, yeah, it's very random.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. Since I started following the SPY like this, every week there's been options expiring Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Now this week you got every day.
So I was just trading 180s, and that 180, I just got out of it at 160. It's now at 140. So that's just me selling and then buying at a different time.
Market looks a little unsure of itself. The Dow just went green. S&P down 1/3%. The Nasdaq still trailing down 0.84%. Excuse me.
See, that's why I took that Tesla money. Now we're going to go and pick up a bunch of.
Even Funware. I expected Funware to have a little pump on this too. Outside of Truth Social, and it's not doing nothing. Down almost 2% on Funware, 138.
I'm in on Tesla puts again. Big boy red candle right off the rip. Let's go. Let's go, Tesla. Can I get a... Oh, yeah? That'll wake you up, eh? Let's go, bud. Oh, yeah. Oh, turn me up, Dylan. I got Fortnite, dude. The Fortnite item shop's out, dude. Like, my life is good right now, dude.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, 5 minutes in, and we are just pretty much where we started. The Dow holding a little bit of green. S&P still down that 1/3%, and Nasdaq down 0.75%. Across that S&P top 10, we got Apple down 1/3%, Microsoft up 0.5%, Amazon down 3% with those layoffs set to kick in today. Tesla down 1.4%, down at 191.62. Google down 0.5%. Nvidia down 2.5% at 162.64. Meta down 2% under that 115 mark, 114.83 on Meta. Hide, you got customers looking at you? I like it. That's on DNA tennis. And DWAC falling a little further now, 23.61, down 7%. A lot of volume on it, but still pushing down. Just hit a new low, 23.32.
I got puts on the SPY. Filled for 60. Man, I am absolutely nutty with this phone right now.
Man, big
I miss
red
trade.
candles on DWAC.
I miss trading on my computer.
I don't. Even when I'm sitting in front of my computer, for some reason, most of the time I end up trading on my phone. I feel like it's easier. I hate to say that. I mean, it's only because like if I wasn't doing this, I would be trading on my computer. But when I got other charts up, it's easier for me to trade on my phone. It bees like that sometimes, Poppy.
It bees in the trap. Bees in a trap, son. Oh, touch me, Tesla. Fly me to... Yeah, I'm ready. Yo, I'm ready. Turn me up. Find Randy Jackson.
What are you playing, Tesla, to the downside?
I'm playing everything to the downside. I'm literally throwing your grandmother's pension plan at the wall right now. Let's go.
As long as that's an ESG friendly trade, then do what you'd like.
I don't know what ESG friendly, but
that means you're saving the environment.
Oh no. We're definitely blowing smog regulators. Yeah, we're in there. Are you gonna give me both of those contracts? That'd be super horned up. Fill it for the 27. Do it for the one time. Oh, I'm winning. Oh, I filled. Give it to me. Give me the touch, please. So we're looking at a lot of things in the market right now coming, just basically coming live and trying to figure out what they're wanting to do. DWAC does not want anything to do with VWAP. SPY's trying to give you the holdover VWAP. It's looking a little heavy. DraftKings immediately wanted to come to the downside. Do you see how that works right there, MIA? Look, ooh, bye-bye, later, goodbye. Come on down, the price is wrong, Bobby. This might rip back up to the ups. Okay, never mind. SQ's coming down, or SPY's coming down. Here we go. We are making a ton of money right now.
Tennis, probably good news long term for them. Raising $100 million in that offering on DNA. I'm assuming that's why you picked up the dip. It looks like the reaction was already there from that news coming out last night.
Give me the 190 break, thank you. Give it to me. I've earned this. Thank you, Tesla. Appreciate it. Give it to me. Bye-bye. See ya. Later. I saw it. It broke past 190. Goodbye, DWAC. Somebody is about to touch expensive piece on you.
Okay.
I'm Mario. Look at Netflix just being a whole ass turkey right now. Look at this thing. Leave.
Arctic Fox, you might want to keep an eye on your Carnival CCL. It's down 13%, but it could be an overreaction. So they raised cash through a $1 billion offering of convertible debt, part of a 2024 refinancing plan by the cruise operator. Let's see. So it commenced a private offering of $1 billion aggregate principal amount of its 5.75% convertible senior notes due 2027. The initial conversion rate of those notes is equivalent to the share price of $13.39, a roughly 20% premium over Tuesday's closing price. So I would expect to see... oh, this is interesting, though. The notes include a cash redemption provision if Carnival stock price exceeds $17.41 beginning on or after December 5th, 2025. So far out into the future, Arctic Fox, I'm not sure if that's a long-term hold for you, but just something to be aware of. Keep an eye on with CCL. I wouldn't panic with this 13% dip. I would look at it a little bit more long-term. Almost took profits yesterday. Man, that's tough. But like I said, I think it's the same boat that Tennis was talking about with DNA. I think you'll be just fine. It just might take some time. Enzo, you have a request from Crypto Jr.
What's up?
You know what he wants.
Oh, yeah! That one?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Well, that's what we're trying to do, Luca Bamba. We actually set up the Streamlabs to give you guys a real official FTX thrashing.
Right. No, I'm learning all the trickery.
Mm-hmm. And actually, what's dude's name that started FTX? BHK? HKD?
Friedman.
Yeah, we actually got his cousin working on some of the Streamlabs stuff. So
no,
look for your wallets to be getting robbed very soon, people. Very soon. And the market get right back to where we started from. S&P holding those 0.3% losses. The NASDAQ down 0.9%. The Dow up 0.1%. Hey, we appreciate you, Arctic Fox. It's mutual, baby. It's mutual. And trust me, a lot of jobs I probably would have been calling in sick today, Arctic. Again, I'm not as good as I once was, man. I had some Pabst Blue Ribbon on the mind, and don't play drinking games when Trump's talking, and drink when he says words like me, I, or pretty much I blame Luca Bamba. We made every word a drinking word, so.
Sha-da-da-da-bamba. Da-da-da-dee-do. Yo, the Tesla is leaving. I can't do anything without cursing. I really can't. I've realized.
You're getting better at it, though.
Yeah. Better. You know what I am getting good at? Is just tearing Kenny and just an absolute new wife. Every single time I pull up to that bumper and smack that monkey, I'm paying out right now. Come touch me. What does anybody have to say to me? After, weeks? I've had one bad day in a week. It feels good to go and accomplish, like, when you don't have to go and make anybody, you don't have to do anything for anybody when you get when you're accomplished yourself. You feel that accomplishment yourself, I guess, when you make the right trade. However, Tesla is just deciding to rip back up towards its VWAP. I don't think so. I still think that they could go and try to push you to the top, but right here I'm using my indicator of DraftKings. I'm looking for 1506, and I'm looking for the denial of 1515, which would probably make it a rejection once again right off of 397.50 right here on the SPY. But it's definitely going to make your butt pucker, because you can definitely look at the market and looking at it and going, oh, that looks like it's coming back. No. There's your red candle. Don't do it. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Enzo, hold on for 1 second. Or take the wheel for 1 second. I want to hear they got.
Taking the wheel, baby. Jesus, take it.
I just want to hear they got Binance's CEO.
Yes, sir. Jesus is taking the wheel now, baby. He's got your credit card, and I'm buying. Woo! Let's go. Come on down. Oh, get your John Deeres ready. Get them John Deeres ready. We just got rejected off of the Netflix right here. We're going to get rejected off of DraftKings, hopefully off that 1504 VWAP. We're looking to the downside of Tesla. We did break, but this is the one place on Tesla that I think we could bounce, is 189 something. It's a very strange number. 189.32 maybe? Something like that. We could definitely get something in here. 188, but I'm looking downside regardless. Can I get a amen? And also with you. So on Tesla, just for these first couple minutes, I'm looking at this downside. Let me take those two top wicks. I'm going to start using that as a trend. If we break up to the top of that trend, I'm going to start looking at this one right here, which was pre-market, this big red candle, the top side. I'm going to connect that here. And these are the first two places I'm looking for when this comes back. If I don't think that it's going to break down and keep going, I would just take the trade, anything back up over 189 or 189.95 or so. But this is just making me an absolute zillion. I am turned up, Terry. I have my diamond cutters out. Enzo sounds like Rocky. Cut me, Mick. Oh, look at Netflix. Look at Netflix, Mick. Oh my God. Oh, that right hook it just took right there. Oh, you gotta bob, you gotta weave, you gotta move around a little bit, because right now you are getting hammered. Oh, bye Netflix. Hasta luego. Tu mamis. Here we go on DraftKings. I'm ready. Let's go ahead and look at Apple. Everything in the market's red. We're getting dicked on. Oh, come on, Apple. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Oh, this could be that day. This could be that day. Goodbye. First place I'm looking for, just in case it actually just smacks there. SPY 395, 394.80, 393.82, 38. Oh yeah, 392.73, and then 391 or so. Let's call it 391.50 is I think what it was, but I have the ability to go to 384 on my charting. Just letting you guys know. $380 or $384 on the SPY. Right now, you're watching that breakdown happening on DraftKings. You're going to watch the same thing because the exact same thing is happening to Apple right now. Very, very odd how Apple and DraftKings look identical. Very odd how Netflix, I believe, looks the exact same way. Nvidia, remember, had 140, I believe. 140 was its max pain for yesterday. Today, however, it is 141. So obviously, they've given a lot of shares up. There's the 188 break down to the downside. I'm definitely making a buku amount of dollars right now. One jiffy. Let me give it a little glance over, you know. Definitely want to throw that. We're up 15% in some more Tesla puts that we just, Tesla puts that we just took, and we're up 1% on those really, really stupid ideas. I just went green on November 21st, 380s. I'm walking on sunshine. Ah. I'm touching the market. Hey, da 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 da. I'm making money. Oh, this is gonna be disgusting. Go ahead, just let it happen. Shh. Okay, it's gonna be okay. Later. Bye-bye, Spy. I'm about to get ASMR right in your ear. Have you ever seen the game called Chutes and Ladders? Imagine if you took all the ladders off the board. I gotta pull you guys back up. I don't know what you mean by your putzer printing. Does that mean I'm cute? Like, if I don't have a like, a subscribe, or a share at least, like, I feel like I'm getting touched. Moonshot ready for what? GTI, are you doing the thing right now? Yeah, 4. Okay, 4.0. Oh yeah, no, I'm looking like a snack pack that smiles back right now, Lobo. I'll put my skin regimen somewhere in the chat here, you know. Aceley, why would I know that? Stone, get money. What's up, baby? D-Grid, have you just now been able to hear me, G? Oh. Don't play with my money, and don't play with my emotions, Spy. You know that you're not even close. You're not even close. Don't make me spit in your mouth. Yeah, you're not even close. You better get quicker than that. Right now, my Tesla is still keeping true. My, what? 940 candle and my 950 candle wick, red wicks up to the top side. Do you see how NVIDIA is coming right back into that resistance at the 160-105 while the SPY is going into its resistance at 160 or 196.80-ish? While the ability for Tesla is only limited by about 15 minutes. So what it looks like to me is SPY, NVIDIA, those are going to go up for a second. They're going to get rejected as Tesla should be breaking up to the top side. So you might see a 190.40 wick here come back up to the upside. Hopefully it gets rejected by Tesla and it comes right back through. But they very, very easily could try to go and rip this up to the upside after giving you downside. I don't think they're going to do that. They've done that last 3 days. So, and if I'm looking at DraftKings as my indicator, 1487 is my comfort level. There's some more big boy downside. Good God. And the whole time of sales is trying to be green and it's not even close. I'm ready to go down. Michelle Branch style. Let's go. Let's go, buddy. Crush the like button. Smack it with your forehead for all I give a damn. But I'm nuts.
Smash that notification bell.
Sit on your keyboard. I don't care at this point. This is absolutely yucky.
What's your take on Bitcoin situation? Let's drop.
Bitcoin is awful. Bitcoin is literally causing all of this. It's breaking down underneath the 16,400. You're going to be looking at 16.1 at least. You may get 16.3, but I would be paying attention to the fact that, oh, you guys can't see these. I have two crotches of support running into resistance, and that's all happening within the next 30 to an hour. So, and that break to the downside is 394.30, 394.34. So, right here in NVIDIA, 160, 161.55 is what it's trying to get. It's having some hard times. Tesla never even wanted to go back to the 190. Bitcoin has the ability to fall right through it. Got rejected off that perfect 16.5 mark. Came downside. Now it's getting rejected at the 16.458. They're trying to go and tell me right now that the SPY at 400 has an RSI on a 5-minute of 38. You could have told me last week or the week before that the SPY was going to be at $400, and I said, yeah, I'll suck you if it goes to $400. However, the market decided that it wanted to go and play games going into the midterms, and they still lost, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Who lost?
The people that wanted to keep it, whoever has it now.
Well, it's still not really finished.
Oh, good God, man. It's 4 days later. I could have counted them with my cheeks. I could have literally used each cheek as a filing system at this point. I could have gotten a little thimble. Like, what are you guys doing? Count the ballads.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're allowed to talk about that on YouTube. Free and fair elections. Everything's good.
Oh, hey, well, guess what? You won't let me in, you won't go and actually approve me anyway, so I might as well.
Yeah, it's gone from election day, like Nunya said yesterday. We've gone from election day to election season. And
we're about to get rejected.
But it looks like it's pretty much settled that the Republicans will take the House and the Democrats will keep the Senate. So it just means a bunch of gridlock, means a whole bunch of nothing will happen.
Oh, good. That seems beneficial for my tax dollars.
Yeah.
The ones that they're sending over to Ukraine anyway. Still salty about that, dude.
Well, start paying attention. You'll see a lot more money wasted on a lot less foolish stuff, or a lot more foolish stuff.
That's not really helping. Yo, the market's about to take off. It's dashiki.
And do what? Go to the upside?
Nope.
Downside?
I believe so.
What's up, Mr. Peterson? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Is that Jordan Peterson?
That is Jordan Peterson.
Woo! He's my favorite. He's got nice hair.
He thinks you got nice hair too. He thinks you sound like a Sam Squatch.
Sam Squatch?
Yeah.
No, dude, those are definitely down below the Dixie Turnpike. You got to go. Yeah, see the way that the Civil War done worked out with the Squatches. You got to go under the Dixie Turnpike for that. He's on the other side. I was in the Confederacy.
Yeah, John Savvy. For a market perspective, I think you're right there. Like I said, I think we still got to look at some hurdles in the short term. I think gridlock's good because you're exactly right. It cuts spending. That should bring inflation down. And we've talked about this with if it does that good enough, then potentially the Fed being able to step in sometimes next year. What worries me is when we get to the debt ceiling. It would appear that both sides are going to be prepared for a government shutdown when we get to that. So, but that'll be a bridge we cross when we get there. Oh, Krispy Kreme. So, Deutsche Bank, who's been in the news lately with their brilliant decisions and how they manage their own money, goes
They're
ahead
terrible.
and raises the price target on Krispy Kreme to $15 from $14, which would make sense. Krispy Kreme just had bad earnings yesterday, so in the bizarro world that we live in, bad earnings equals raised price target.
Right. That doesn't really make any sense to me, but okay.
No, it doesn't. GTA, loving that CEI.
You're buying CTI?
CEI. It's his favorite. He used to hate the stock. I think I once lost a couple shares of CEI on a fantasy football bet or something to him. And now here it is, up 11.5%, 15.65 cents on CEI.
What?
11,
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Confused?
And it's weird, GTA, because you look at the powerhouses in energy, and they're not doing so well. You got Hess down 0.5%, PSX, which is Phillips, down 0.5%, Valero Energy down 1.5%, Marathon down 0.5%, Oxy down 1.5%, ConocoPhillips down over 1%, Chevron and Exxon both down about 0.5%. So CEI going against the grain. And if you checked out that podcast with Birdie and Germ Corp, Birdie kind of talked about that with not looking for upside in some of the bigger energy plays, but looking towards smaller companies.
I just took a very, very big AMD position. To the downside.
Downside?
Downside.
Okay. Lobo, I am waiting for Low-Key. I think Low-Key's playing that God of War, and he usually gives a pretty good review. So I'll wait and get his take on it. Low-Key and Caesar C are usually I'm usually good for, especially for campaign style games. They give me excellent reviews, and I appreciate it. Well, I want to let the share buybacks and stuff like that clear on those GTA. All those big companies announced huge share buybacks. I think with the Republicans getting the House, I think it gives the oil companies a little breathing room. I don't think we'll see them as scrutinized for profits for the next 2 years, but tough to say. And they all got so much cash on hand. I mean, when you talk about the big boys, when you talk about Oxy, you talk about Chevron, they got a ton of cash. What they're going to kind of be forced to do with that as activist investors continue to kind of pile into the energy sector. It'll be interesting if their hand gets forced into making any ESG type movements. Last dip buy of the day, AMTX, and let's have a look at AMTX. $6.12. And did you buy some of this yesterday, Tennis? I feel like we were looking at this. Did you play it from like 6 up to up to 650 or 550 something. Sorry, memory's a little fuzzy from yesterday.
Oh, those options are awful. But I want them. I'm up 17% on Tesla. I am up 10% on that AMD already. And I'm only 5% down on my puts that I picked up at open. Bye-bye. So, am I?
Yo.
Look at this.
Hold on one second. I'm listening to this Fed lady.
Bye, Tesla. Holy shit, bye, Tesla. Excuse my French. Nvidia's gonna break down. Spy's gonna break down with it unless the Spy just happens to get a miraculous candle. I'm up 22% on those Teslas that we picked up earlier this morning. Spy put is starting to come back.
How about you give somebody in the chat 500 OTC coins if they can tell us where that phrase, excuse my French, comes from?
I mean, yeah, they can have 500 coins, but I don't even know where it comes from.
No, neither do I. That's why I'm asking the question. Oh, the Fed finally admitting consumers starting to pull back. We haven't heard this from them. We've heard consumer confidence is at all-time highs. Doesn't seem like they take her too seriously daily when she talks. I will say that. The market doesn't seem to react to much that she says. But we may see this because this is, from what I've seen, this is the first time I've seen the Fed kind of...
Look at those AMD call or puts.
Are they doing
Right
well?
Here.
Oh.
Right here. We just got in here.
The phrase, the GTA, the phrase, excuse my French. Well, yeah, it came from France, not refundable. Okay, I guess you win.
Hey, look.
Okay, Sabrina, you might be right too with the 19th century. I have no way of verifying this. I just always wondered where it came from. When you swear and you say, "Oh, excuse my French."
You're taking risk of 1 cent.
On what?
These.
AMD puts?
See. They're literally 11 cents. How's everybody like? I mean, if I'm sure people probably tune me out early in the morning, but I am a lot to deal with in the morning, but yeah, you basically get in and you're looking for that breakdown of 9 cents, like for the stop out. But you're looking for those to go 15, 30.
It's just used literally. Yeah, see, that's what I never understood. Like, I don't. Most people. So I guess it evolved over time then. Because now it's just if you swear, and I don't think some of those words are French, but I get it. Appreciate that. You guys are all old coins. We'll get them to you. We got to put them through. We got to convert them to FTX tokens, and then you guys will get your OTCs. So give it 5 to 7
Oh,
business days.
no, I have to. I'm trying to liquidate my AMC tokenized shares here, bud. Come on now, me first.
Crypto, you're right, and so that's why I thought this was a little bit of a different tune, because they have kind of laid on that consumers having money saved, and like I said, this is the first time, and I haven't watched every single Fed talk in the last month or so, but I've watched quite a few of them, and this is the first time that I've heard them allude to consumer strength kind of being down. D-grade, it's a stage 5 clinger. It's a stage 5 clinger. No doubt about
Hey,
it.
just to let you know, Leroy Jenkins literally just came to tap glass.
Okay, well, when you have a wart on your finger in a week, don't come crying to me, man. Stay away from those
Homie
frogs.
literally just came up to the screen door and goes,
Do you feed this frog, or does you just make him fend for himself out there?
"Bro, I've never even tried to pick him up and pet him.
Wow.
I don't feed him a thing. He just rocks it underneath the second air conditioning. He kicks it underneath the little air conditioner unit. Oh, somebody's doing something.
Oh, MindMed just got a buy rating from RBC Capital, H.C. Wainwright, and Oppenheimer. So you gotta think, you gotta wonder, Junk Savvy, if they, I wouldn't call it inside information because they could just be taking a rolling the dice on it, but 3 big firms like that, I wouldn't call it a coincidence. Maybe they have some speculation of potential regulation or something, or potential legislation to push that forward. I didn't look, Junk Savvy, if there was anything in the midterms in any individual states that could help that, as far as psychedelics and things like that for medicinal use. So I'll have to look into that, because I know marijuana passed in a couple places. I'm not sure if that was on any ballots. But good news for MindMed there. Good news for humanity, too, because I think that will do a lot of good. Yeah, okay, so that's a good way of looking at it, too, Rich. I thought French people always cursed. Yeah, I thought there was something to that.
Can I get a like, share, subscribe, maybe a kiss on the mouth?
Well, after non-refundables, in-depth, you know what I mean? So it came from the outskirts of French Canada, first used by the cousin of a French Canadian that wasn't so good at French and was embarrassed of his fluidity in the language. Okay.
Jeez.
So it all traces back to French Canadians.
A fruity guy.
Well,
Oh, oui. Jacques. When I think of French people, I always think of them as the person or the fish that cleans the tank in Finding Nemo. My bubbles.
yeah. That's a nice little. Well, so what are you trying to get? What's your expectations on those puts, Enzo, that you just sent me?
15 or 38. Like right there. Now we're up $13. That's the option that's on my charts. Now it's up to $13. I was in at 8 or in at 10. Now the market's coming to the downside. Now those puts are exactly even. Tesla's. Now I just burned my finger incredibly bad. Did I tell you about that challenge?
What, the burn your finger TikTok challenge?
Yeah.
Is that what you just did?
No. Did I tell you about that challenge that I was doing? Somebody asked me if I could actually go and bring that back.
Oh yeah, you did mention it.
Yeah, I brought it back. 224.
Wow, Germ Corp, you broke it down. This thing goes back to the old Norman conquest in 1066. I'm gonna have to put this on hold and read the rest of this article. But thank you for dropping that in the Discord. Anybody that's not in there, you need to join. Absolutely free. Ah, tennis is physical. Thank you. Yeah, that's the only thing I was mentioning, Junk Savvy, was if there was any legislation that was on the ballots, and tennis just linked that article. Colorado, the second state to legalize medicinal psychedelics. And what was the first Oregon? I think Oregon's the other one. But then don't you guys have somewhat legal psychedelics in Florida, Enzo?
Oh yeah. What'd you need?
No, I'm just, because here it just says Colorado follows Oregon, which legalized psilocybin in 2020. But I thought there was some legalization in Florida.
I think so. Not 100 on that. Cannot tell you, sir. I really wish I could. I just doubled down into my spy puts. Told me. This is just profit at this point. I've made a gross amount of money this morning. I'm just pissing money away. At this point, so
The
I'm
thing
not
about
doing
that,
it
Enzo, is there's probably somebody in the chat that's probably not making money today. So
well, no.
sounds a little
saying,
braggy. That's all I'm saying. I know
100%
you
it
don't
does.
mean it that way, but you know.
No, that's exactly how I meant it. Just because of the fact that, like, I made the correct trade, and I guess I didn't mean it exactly like that. But yeah, no, I'm putting it in my head that I'm making stupid plays. So I have earned the risk in my perspective. Like for my trades today, I've gone and been disciplined from all day yesterday, all day throughout the week this week, and right now, like, I earned the ability to start throwing the like couple dollars that I had, just wanting to sit here and trade back and forth, but it's because I've set myself up to still own everything that I owned from the beginning of this week, going into next week at the exact same price, not losing any money, and way up for the week. But it's I've always told people, like, if you want to go and be stupid, earn it. You want to go and make stupid YOLO calls, make sure that you go and are green first. And then once you're green, make sure that you have more green than you need, and then go and decide to throw it around and be an idiot. But make sure that, like, you're focusing on not allowing anything to get into your mental, so that if you keep getting pushed off of your trade, like I did the other day, it was unfortunate. I ended up being completely correct, and then ended up getting just destroyed in the realest sense of the word. Nvidia right there, is looking good for AMD to probably do that. So if you look, here's a perspective that you can understand,
Quick
or you'll be able
question
to
in
speed
regards
up.
to AMD and NVIDIA and stuff.
Yes,
You
sir.
know more about this with me than me. Now
Yes, sir.
I know when Ethereum switched over, mining like Ethereum became obsolete, right? As far as needing dope graphics cards and all that.
Wait, what now?
When Ethereum 2.0 came out, the way that you mine Ethereum changed, correct? So it didn't
Yes,
the
yes.
demand for high-end graphics cards to mine Ethereum stopped, right? Is that my understanding?
Yes. The short answer is yes. They did go. That did definitely have effect on sales. That had an effect on all kinds of stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Will, my question is moving forward, is there more downside on that if crypto continues to kind of spiral? I don't know, but I
Oh,
don't know anything about mining. I don't know what's used to mine. I'm just strictly from a sales point of view, as far as Nvidia, AMD, people that are selling these. Is there more downside, or did that bring it down enough? Just as far as the consumer end, but say crypto keeps going the way that it is, and if we see more mining, is that still a thing? Like, or people are doing it a different way that doesn't involve those? Are they
smart
completely obsolete?
smart people are still mining
So
because
there
those
is still a
people that are
demand for it.
there is a demand. However, it is greatly. Uh, you used to do it for a profit, and now you're doing it as a hobby. If that makes any type of sense to you.
Okay.
It goes like right now you're doing it as a hobby because you love doing it and you're collecting coins and you're more than likely a person that doesn't need um if you're able to spend a couple $1,000s on like 6, 7 graphic cards, you're more than likely not the guy that's having a hard time paying his bills. Is it profitable to do it if you are just starting out? Absolutely not. No, you can go and buy a $40,000 rig and not break even. So yes, there's a demand for them. There is even a bigger demand for them with a lot of console gamers going to PC, stuff like that. I do think that they still trickle the way that Bitcoin is trending back to 15, back to let's say sub 14.5.
Okay. Well, and I was
I
also
see that
thinking
definitely
with
playing
no
that out.
new consoles this year, even though they're still kind of fresh out, would we see an uptick in computers being bought as gamers, like you said, gamers shifting to PCs without a fresh console on the block? I would imagine PC sales should go up over the holidays. I mean, I know people don't have money, but that never stopped us before.
Well, here was my thought. Last year, how many like really important things happened in the gaming community on PC?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't follow PC gaming enough to really
Did the
know.
kid okay, so did the kid that won that 3.2 million on Fortnite, did that happen in 2022 or 2021? Or, I'm
Um,
sorry, 20 or 21.
Not sure. I remember it
There
happening,
would
but
have there would have been a huge boost in sales going into any type of that Fortnite game. Every kid in America needed a. Your son is a perfect example,
yeah.
right? He has a really cool computer at his
Yeah, and part of the
right,
reason that he wanted that was because of the competitive advantage that
right,
PC players have. So it wasn't like, oh, the
right,
graphics are better on there, I want to be able to do this. It's like, no. He was like, I'm getting smoked in Fortnite when I play against PC
right,
people because they got the
right.
advantage, and I can't
Because you're playing
deny
on
it.
60 hertz.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until much later down the line, playing like Call of Duty and stuff like that when I was younger. But the fact that he already knows that's awesome. He's gonna absolutely delete kids. But yeah, that's why I haven't gone and got the new COD yet, because I want to get it on my PC. but
Now, can you play? Can you play any Xbox game on Windows?
no.
I thought Microsoft made that pretty much not a law, but like a rule that if you released a game, you also had to release the PC version of it. So maybe Call of Duty like has maybe different games. So like Game Pass, you can play any game that you can play on Xbox. Game Pass, you can play on your computer.
Right, but Call of Duty is BattleNet.
So what do you have to buy? You have to buy 2 separate copies to play it. Like you would have to.
You would. Well, yeah, you would typically have to go and do that. Yeah, they don't have a cross-platform. They have a cross-platform when it comes to the new Xbox to the old Xbox, or the old Xbox to the new one, and they also will give you, like you can play it if you buy it for PC, or excuse me, for PlayStation. It'll go and it's cross-compatible, but you have to have it essentially swapped over. But if you're on PC, you have to go to BattleNet.
You can only play the games in their cloud-based. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And Birdie, that is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. You see that signed contract? We're over here flipping spy puts, and Birdie's out there flipping friggin' apartment buildings. Signed contracts to rent 4 homes in an apartment building for 50 people from January, creating work and a place to live for 64 people from Spain or Portugal. Awesome, Birdie. That's
awesome,
the real life stuff. That's as I call it, boots on the ground stuff. But very, very, very cool, Birdie, and another check off the list. I know this is a daunting task that you got ahead of you, but just keep checking things off. Keep making moves. Keep this, and before you know it, you're gonna have 900 people housed, locked, and loaded, ready to roll, and then you can get on to building those Chinese factories Germ Corp was talking about.
Also, he did go and send me a picture of his injuries. He's fine. He just needs a nice 300 buff on the top. 1,000 off.
I was worried.
Fine.
I was worried. So
no, he's fine. Right. No, he's good. He just went. He got a little overzealous, and I told him how to obviously take care of that. So we're good. You know, he's on the up and up.
I agree.
He's on the mend.
Heidenreich, yeah. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Word is that it's so high because that guy that does the jingle signed some kind of ludicrous contract, and they have to pay him out every time that you hear O'Reilly.
O'Reilly.
So, reminder, kids, always look over your contracts, whether you're the one writing them or the one signing them. Mistakes could happen on either end.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I think Game Pass is the best deal going, though, Lobo. I don't think there's anything, any subscription that you can that you get more value out of than Game Pass.
100%. I can agree with that 1,000 times. But if you're not trying to be competitive to where you're playing with the top like 1% in the world on that game, play on your console. Just get get an Xbox. If you have an Xbox, pay the $60 or whatever you're trying to pick up. But yeah, I would definitely get a console. It's a lot lower maintenance.
GNUS, Genius Brand signs national retail deal with Hot Topic for the Stan Lee brand. Sounds like something that would have been really awesome in the 90s.
DWAC might absolutely lose it here. It's got 109% CTP or CTB. I don't know what that is. I'm looking at the fact that it. Oh, great, beautiful, because this thing looks like it could go and get rippy real quick. But I do have a hard time believing it just because the SPY looks like it's getting heavier, and Yeah, it broke over VWAP, but it still hasn't gone and recaptured that 2431. See what I'm saying? So if it's like we're having a little flag here, that's great. But if we come to the downside, while the SPY comes to the downside off of that VWAP right there, that's not going to be flavor. Those AMD calls are back in the same spot again now.
Oh, that rocket did take off this morning, huh? I completely missed that.
What?
Artemis.
We were just talking about that AMTX, something like that.
Oh, Artemis, the rocket, the real rocket, not a stock.
Oh yeah, rockets.
Yeah. Wow, we could have watched that last night. I was up 1:47 a.m.
Yeah, no, Acely posted and everything.
Yep.
You know. D-Wack. Go ahead, hit me in the feelsies. Just give it to me, bud. What is... Yeah, look at that rejection off of the 1506 on DraftKings. We're trying to hold. We're not going to break back over that 1486. I would assume.
D-grade, I'll check that out. I will check that out, that Monster Hunter. I didn't even know that there was a new one. United Airlines, so that's kind of big news. United Airlines expects 5.5 million passengers over the Thanksgiving travel period, which is next week for our international people. I know the market's closed next Thursday. I'll get you guys what goes on Friday. I'm not sure if it's a regular day or not. I will let you guys know. But then they say so it up 12% over 2021, which I think is normal. But that's kind of crazy. The Sunday after Thanksgiving will be the busiest single day since the start of the pandemic.
Real quick, Mara is down at $8.73 right now. Its max pain is $11.50. It's supposed to definitely be back. Don't let the SPY fool you here. This looks like this could come down, but assuming that this has to catch a bottom somewhere, I think that it's probably going to be 750. I could easily see 750 being on the menu for after hours or something crazy like that, where we just get like a downward run to about $8 and then we leak off into power hour, and then try to get a bounce. But I think Mara's downside, unfortunately, even more so than it is. DWAC's trying to push up over that 2430. Is it gonna go, or is it actually just gonna get candled? No, watch this. This is unfortunate. Right here, if this candle on the SPY, MI wants to drop back through, not find support, and not break this red line, I do not trust that trade. I do not trust DWAC to the upside unless that candle decides to come rifling through.
Thank you, Junk Savvy. So the market closes at 1 p.m. Eastern Time next Friday. So closed on Thursday and then early close on Friday. Thank you so much for that, Junk Savvy. Luca Bamba, $230 in profits. That a boy? That a boy?
Microsoft is still green. What happens if Microsoft loses that quarter?
Nikki's smashing Kansas SpaghettiOs at Tops later today.
Microsoft went down 3 points.
Oh, there we go. Kevin Spacey to be charged with new sexual assault allegations in the UK.
Let's go!
Breaking news on CNBC.
Like, come on, man. Like, what the hell?
Hey, yeah.
It's like every day with some of these guys, man. Like,
yeah. Well, let's hope justice is served.
look at this candle right here. Go ahead. Come on through there, because if you hold that, I'm going to be pissed.
I gotta get it on my PC. I don't really have a gaming PC, D-grade.
No, I have mine, and the only reason I wanted, like, we would just need some equipment. You would need an Elgato.
El Gato.
Un tengo gato me para los pantalones. Let's go.
Germ Corp.
What is Germ Corp?
Okay, so the NATO chief now saying the Poland blast likely caused by a Ukrainian missile. So most of the reports now are saying Russia was firing missiles at Ukraine.
Okay.
Ukraine was launching missiles to take those missiles down, and those went off target, I guess, or whatever happened.
Yeah, who's shooting it? My grandmother?
Well, good sign either way. Good sign. And you know what? No, you got it. You listen. We talked about everything wrong with the world last night. We could talk about some sweet, and like we said, you got to look at a little bit of positivity when it's there. And the fact of the matter is, they could have overreacted to this. Could have went real bad, regardless of what happened. And I'm not talking big picture. I'm talking about this single event, and something might still come out of it. But just the fact that they didn't overreact.
No, 100%. That is a good thing. It seems like there is a little bit, like, that does go and scream, okay, people aren't just gonna, like, nobody's so antsy that we're just pulling hair, like, we have a hair thin trigger and we're just, like, all cracked out, looking at each other like, you know what I mean? It's like okay, who shot at us? Hold on a minute.
And again, I think it probably got overblown because of what was going on yesterday. You know what I mean? That's
and I think that whatever process they have over in NATO or Poland or whatever, like at least the hey, let's not go and start a catastrophic meltdown. Let's just do it, kind of sprinkle it in there. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think whatever they did they did it right to where at least it was it worked for them, I guess. I don't know why who was making, I guess, the pulls of the string, but they made it work for them yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
They dropped it within what, 3?
I'll drop a link in the chat there for anybody that's interested. Might want to watch that. Not right now, but later.
Is that your OnlyFans?
No, it's my man Jimmy Dore.
Who's that?
He's a comedian, kind of political analyst type dude.
Tell him he should come talk to me. I wanna be analyzed.
He's been on Fox News, I think, a couple times. Once he's a liberal, but he calls it like that's what I love about him. He calls both sides out. He calls any kind of injustices out and stuff. And that video that I just linked, showing kind of some stuff going on in Ukraine, you might find interesting.
Tell them their aim sucks. DWAC's coming up to the top of this daily right here. Or I'm sorry, on the intraday, there it goes. It's gonna hit that 50. We're probably gonna retest 25.52 if it does decide to break through.
Some more news here. House committee is going to investigate the FTX collapse in a December hearing.
So it's just now, literally just now?
Yeah, they just announced
AMD just reacted to that with some velocity to the downside. I would not be, to answer your earlier question, I still think that yes, that sympathy is in effect.
What do you know about Genesis? Genesis, is that a crypto exchange? They just suspended.
Genesis?
Yeah, they suspended redemptions and something with loans. Out of my league, as far as what that actually is, I don't know. I don't know anything about Genesis, but it was a breaking news.
Genesis was a band, right?
Yeah, one of the greatest bands of the generation before me. Launched Phil Collins into, the stratosphere.
Oh yeah, okay, that's why that sounds familiar. Right.
All right, Luca Bamba, go get that work done, brother.
I can feel it. Yeah, I'm gonna there's some hope for DWAC, but I don't know that if you don't, you need to be up over 24.96, and I would prefer to see the SPY just grab its ankles.
So DWAC still pushing up, 24.78, down just a little bit over 2%.
DWAC, don't do this shit. Excuse my French. Please don't be the guy today. If DWAC starts really running, it might actually bring something back. You know what I mean? Like, DWAC is one of those things that can go and it's almost like it adds a little bit of nos to the kids that are already trying to lose money. You know what I mean? They'll grab the weeklies, it'll pump up for what, 2-3 hours, and then end up in the same place that we're at right now and burn everybody out of their calls, out of the money. You smell me?
Yeah, trying to crack that $25 mark. Couldn't hold.
Yep, we are still having a problem at that 24.80. SPY trying to get rejected off of that VWAP right now, and go ahead and look at your Mara. Oh yeah, if you got some Mara right now, you just lost a whole lot of money. That's why I like playing things that are just in and out. And other than that, I just continue to add shares of blue chips and things where I think are at good support levels. And right now,
see all the crypto mining plays. I feel like long-term investors overlooked the energy costs and things like that in them, and then you combined that going with Bitcoin's slide from, what was its high, 67?
I don't know,
something like that, 65, 67,000.
69.
Is that what it
40, was? 420 something.
So it's been a rough go for Riot, Mara, just in long term. I know you like to play that as like a way of playing Bitcoin or playing.
Well, I haven't looked at my Mara chart in probably here-ish, like a couple days. Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! We've got a new leader, Junk Savvy, up by 8. OTC shares, coins, tokens.
OTC shares.
Yep. I'm not sure if it's overtook or overtaken. We'll just say overtook. I like that.
It has been overtaken. Yes. Shallow and pedantic. Because look at this thing. It's getting weird. It's getting weird, bud. Oh my. Oh, Rob Riggle, bring me. I don't know. Rob Riggle is. I think that when I become a zillionaire, I think he'd take me, right?
Who's that? The paw. That guy. Rob Riggle. Yeah.
He's a 21st Jump Street.
Yeah.
Guy. He did a bunch of like, I don't know, wilderness. He used to be a Marine.
Yeah, I know who he is.
I just think that's hysterical.
Doors are Us, what's up, brother? Good to see you.
Oh, he put gas in the magic carpet? How are you, Aladdin? Where's Jasmine? How are the kids? How are the boys? Everybody good?
Speaking of the boys, I'm gonna go let my dogs out real quick.
You have a girl?
Oh, I got two boys and a girl. It's your regular reverse Three's Company scenario going on down there.
Three's Company too.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Is that the show with the What's Up Willis? Or what are you talking about, Willis? No, that's Different Strokes. Yeah. On a 1 hour chart, Mara has the ability to come down through this 820. We already saw it down here before. I mean, if you're buying out in time, you might be able to get away with that, but I wouldn't be surprised if that thing just tries to go and do like SOS type movement, where it just wants to go back and forth into a channel until it eventually just evaporates. Softy is now red with the entire market. SQs are up 4%. I do believe on Monday morning I did say 43 something on the SQs, and after that 45. That's exactly what it's doing. We've been very, very lucky to be accurate this week, even with all the randomness. But if DWAC wants to come settle up 24.31 or so, that would be hot. I would be excited. What's going on, Doors? That is very true, grumpy old man. Yes, sir. Yeah, no, nobody can ever take your place in my heart. Just know that. You're the first thing that I think about when I wake up, and it's like the last thing I think about when I go to bed, just for you. And then I think about yelling at Murphy, probably somewhere in between. SPY is trying to come down through the 395, 90. It got rejected again with a little bit of volatility, a little bit of velocity back and a little pushback towards that VWAP, but we keep getting rejected right here. 396.49. It does not want to go back above it. It might want to give you a couple things here and there, but right now it looks like this might be the downside candle through 90 or through the 395.50. Right there is the exact same point on DWAC that I thought it was getting rejected from yesterday. So be careful. I'm looking like a snack pack that smiles back. Stock market's about to get the old triple Lindy, I have a feel. Sabrina's calling out that Disney World announced their round of prices. Okay, why? I picked up. Oh, I did see that. MIA usually does the. No, you can't get in the car with a whole camel, bro. You can't expect me to have my Peugeot rubbing on the sand. He's gonna be good when we get stuck in the sand, but he's probably gonna be the problem the majority of the trip. Has he at least got a cool name? Can't be in this car without a cool name, bro. Sorry. But yeah, no, MIA usually goes and handles the Patreon thank yous and stuff like that. So I was just letting him kind of do that. I'm sure he didn't forget about you. There is the 395.50 break right there coming at your face. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Doors, if you were here this morning, I could have made you a whole house. The way that you were throwing it last week. You were throwing it back absolutely beautifully. Miss Savvy and Miss Robin are just absolutely cutthroat right now. Wow, man, Miss Robin told you that you were old, bro. That's like an inadvertent burn. That was brutal. Come on, Spy. Go to the downside. Yes, girl. Sliving. Let's go, yes. I'm with you, Grumpy. Hold my hand. We're gonna come sail away. We're gonna sail away with, yeah, we're gonna do that. Yes. Give me the 50. Give me the tree 50. The tree 95 50. I don't want the pass go. I don't want to collect $200. I want the downside and slam the door. Rico the camel is riding on this right now, Spy. Don't mess with this. This was my first level of resistance, just to let you know, or support that I thought it could have. If we come down to the downside of that, that could be 393. There's the break right there of the 395.50. We got the 47. Oh yeah, this is feeling good. I'm torqued up like a 4x4. Ready to go muddin'. I feel like somebody had to have gone. Ooh, somebody had to have just sold somewhere. Something decently big too. Is Tesla hanging? Is that what's happening? I did tell you guys this morning 394.50 or something like that. And then downside of that, we were going to 393.82. I still like both of those. There's the DWAC candle right there. There you go. That makes a whole lot of sense, right? DWAC looked great until that candle. Still has the ability to hold its VWAP, but I would assume it does not. Tesla trying to remain under the 188. If we can get some downside here, we could easily go see 393 quickly on the SPY. DWAC. See, there you go. You're going at that VWAP pretty hard. I don't know. Just trying to tell you what I see.
Going hard at that VWAP.
I mean, I'm
Happy Gilmore.
I'm the epitome of the scene where like the clown's just having a great time. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting there, I have it all figured out right now, and it's just life is good right now.
Life is great.
No, it is, and I don't care. I probably sound arrogant all the time, but I don't care about the money at all. It's about the trade, and it's about like how to go and possibly benefit anybody else with that information. But yeah, it's kind of cool to be able to do that. And I mean, if you're playing these things right now, they might make you $20-$30. You compound that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Like after the first 7 days.
And you minimize the risk in one sense, but you maximize the risk in another sense, because yeah, you can misplay,
Right.
and
you
have
can
it go
yeah.
to zero. Whereas if you're buying a stock, you know what I mean, you're paying more money to get that, to make that same profit, but there's usually not a risk of it going to nothing, within a week. So it is high risk, high reward, but you can, by being on top of it, you can limit your risk. Options to me definitely aren't a set it and forget it kind of thing. Obviously, if you're playing far out ones, anything past a month, something like that, yeah, you don't have to monitor them every minute. But as soon as I get into a trade, I have my eye on it nonstop.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing for you though. It's like I would be concerned if you were throwing thousands of dollars into derivatives and then just walking off from it, or not being able to get out, or whatever it is. You need to just trust me here. I didn't go and create whatever I did by just taking random swings. I take random swings whenever it's beneficial for me to take a random swing. Like if you're thinking of it in a baseball term, I'm not going to go and swing at like I would rather swing at a 3-0 count when I know it has to come right down the plate. I'd rather swing then instead of some unopportune time. I would rather put my money in a if I want to go to the upside, I would want to put it into support, but I would want to put it into support without having to go and risk news or whatever. So you'd want to go and put it out in time. That's why I'm saying that, like, if you're going downside long term and then you're playing the upside bounces, you could probably get lucky that way every once in a while. But if you're holding options that aren't leaps, 6 months at least, I would say 3 months at least, you need to be probably moving those around on an every other day basis, because there is money to be made there. If you can go and do it, why not? But if you're not able to do that and you just are the person that likes to let it ride, you can do that as well. But there is a fine amount of margin that you can go and start getting accustomed to just doing by yourself.
True that. Like Birdie Hunter's doing. Got those Amsterdam Exchange puts up 34.5%. And he says, I ain't selling. And I like it, Birdman. Birdman's just having a banner day over there. Everything's
Right.
coming
Hey,
up. I like it.
put the sandpaper down. Step away from the sandpaper, sir.
Yeah, you should
Nope.
be proud, Birdie. Like you said, big picture, providing homes and jobs for what was it, 64 people or so. And I know that's just the beginning, but very, very cool, man. That's some stuff I'm proud of you for, because that's I try to do as much as I can. I know Enzo tries to do as much as he can to help people, to all that good stuff. But and I get it's your job. I know this wasn't a charity thing, but I know that you got those people set up. You know what I mean? And the fact that you're in charge tells me, because I've seen how worried you were about the assimilation of them being comfortable when they come there. The fact that you look at that stuff is going to make this endeavor so successful. Those people are lucky to have you, and it's awesome. I hope more people get opportunities like that, Birdman. D-grade, you should just be living. You should be watching Over the Top, competing in arm wrestling tournaments, living the friggin' dream, dude. You're good. Watch Over the Top today and then adapt. Strategic Petroleum Reserve drained to March 1984 levels. Interesting. Yeah, and we were talking with D-Grade last night about the diesel shortage and kind of different numbers that we've been seeing as far as how many days of diesel fuel there's left. Now, I had seen yesterday 25 days. I think D-Grade had seen maybe 14 or something. Do not watch Over the Top. First movie that ever made me cry. Yes. Which part made you cry, Grumpy? It had to be when the Kenny Loggins song kicked in. I could see the tear. Meet me halfway across the sky. Got one more song for the Grumpy Old Man mixtape coming soon to a Christmas stocking near you, Grumpy Old Man. Yeah, but Sylvester Stallone was only like 5'2", and he was out there beating Bull Hurley, so anything can do it. Okay, you've seen 14 days a week and a half ago, but they ordered a bunch of fuel from Iran, I think. Yeah, okay, so maybe that was the
sanctions on
updated.
Iran.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we won't get oil from them. You know, we play the game.
Business.
So maybe they increased it, and then the number that I seen yesterday may have been accurate, 25 days. That just seems like way too not enough on hand. And, I don't know much about diesel storage and how that whole thing works, but I have to say that seems a bit absurd. That we would only have in our surplus enough diesel fuel for 25 days of action, especially coming up on a holiday season. And I'd like to know kind of what they base those 25 days on. If they base it on consumption last year, or if they base it on consumption, over the last 2 years, it's obviously going to be much lower than what would be expected this year with what they keep telling us. These studies that they get show that people are going to spend as much or more this holiday season. I don't know who they're asking, but if we're to assume that that's true, you would have to think of an uptick in diesel usage, and it doesn't seem like we're prepared for it. And then we'll end up buying expensive diesel from a foreign country because they know that they have us by the, Just my take on it.
I think that the market's trying to show people, oh, we're about to bounce. It's not. It's not. Bye, Felicia. Look, yeah, no. Right here. Go ahead. Right here. This little red candle right here. Bottom of it. 396.08. See how Tesla went right to that box that I just went and showed? Like I was just doing that in front of you?
No, I was reading an article. My bad.
Oh, you know what? 306 or 396.08, please.
It is giving a little bit of a fake bounce. We got the Dow trying to crack back into the green, down just 0.05%. The S&P down 2/3%, and the Nasdaq falling all the way down 1.5%.
Yeah, the SPY just looked like an equalizer on an audio track. That thing literally was so smooth it went and ran all the way up and came all the way back down without a hesitation. That's not good.
What do you interpret that as?
We about to get low.
To the window?
To the window.
walls?
Right. No, we're about to go to the probably the can.
Okay.
The old royal throne.
Keep on averaging up, GTA. Loving that CEI.
Averaging up.
Averaging up. He likes it. He likes the stock. So,
What is CEI?
picking it up. Camber Energy. Picking it up on a dip there. So we ran up to 16 cents. Back down at 14.64. Just be aware of the reverse split. GTA. It's gonna happen. I don't know. Let me see if there's any
DWAC's about
dates.
DBAC or DBAC. DWAC is about to drop gear and go to the downside. It's ready to go full wacky racer right here.
Oh, May 7th, GTA is the compliance date for CEI. So you got some time. But just keep an eye on it. I'll try to set an alert here for a week before. So that just in case we can remind ourselves. Bullfrogging. What's up, Bullfrogging?
My charting. Do you not see, like, the similarities of, like, just me drawing that and why that works?
No.
This wick right here.
Hold on
And its support.
So that makes sense, Junk Savvy. So what the Target Walmart earnings showed was a slowing of discretionary spending. Walmart revenue is majority necessities, food and clothing. They showed an increase in spending. Target's profit model is weighted towards discretionary spending. They missed. So discretionary spending slowing, necessity growing. I just wonder how the numbers play into it, like as far as are they buying the same, are they buying less products and still spending the same amount of money, or vice versa, especially when it comes to food? Are they seeing the revenue stay the same and profits probably actually going up because, okay, your $100 last year would get you X amount of stuff. You still spend that $100 this year, you're getting a third of the things or half the stuff that you would have bought last year. So I would think profit would be up on that stuff. Hey, Low Key, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. Got to run. I hope everything is good. Hope you're running in a good way. But appreciate you stopping in. Always, my man. Well, and maybe Junk Savvy, that's what the Fed was kind of alluding to this morning in the sense of discretionary spending. Because again, this is the first time that we're hearing, because they, it's backed up by earnings now, of, they've just kind of put this blanket statement out there of consumer confidence is still high, everything. So maybe we're starting to see some realism in it.
DWAC, sit down. Whenever DWAC decides to come down to the downside, back through that VWAP right there, and it decides to go through 2375, the SPY will probably drop through 394 or so, 395 mark.
Oh, Apple's going to start buying chips from a factory in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we're seeing Apple trying to have some kind of China exit strategy. First they had the moving the iPhone production to India. Now buying chips from a factory in Arizona.
You might want to find that company.
It's like you read my mind. That's exactly what I was just typing into Google. Oh, it's like Bloomberg stole my headline. Apple prepares to get made in U.S. chips and pivot away from Asia.
Right, so then they can cost us absolute arm and a leg.
TS, so... Oh, okay. This is all making sense.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, well, Taiwan Semi is building a $12 billion factory in Arizona. TSMC. So Taiwan Semi building that, that's where they're going to get it from. And if you remember, we talked about Taiwan Semi with Warren Buffett making a couple $1 billion. He bought a couple $1 billion worth of shares of it.
Oh.
It's just very so. Even in these articles, though, it doesn't name Taiwan Semi. It's still, it just says Apple is preparing. This is from Reuters. Apple is preparing to begin sourcing chips for its device from a plant under construction in Arizona in the United States. The company may also expand its supply of chips from plants in Europe, attributing to remarks by CEO Tim Cook in an international meeting in Germany. Blah, blah, blah. Apple declined to comment when contacted. But it says Cook was likely referring to an Arizona factory that will be run by Taiwan Semiconductor, the world's largest contract chip maker and a major supplier to Apple. But if you go back a week ago, that's when Taiwan Semi news that they were building a second $12 billion factory in Arizona came out.
Weird.
Weird how Warren Buffett timed that pretty good.
No.
Yeah.
You don't do it like that? You don't leverage billions of dollars into a company that doesn't mean anything from a hole in the wall?
No.
And oh, okay.
Oh, there's a big Intel factory there too, Arctic.
Oh, well, get good, kid. See, Arctic's on it. You made a mistake.
Yeah, junk savvy, but I think it's because of the different stores, the different kind of stores that they are. You know, Target, I think it's a higher quality. Obviously, Target, I would imagine, has a much bigger overhead with what they pay people with the upkeep of their stores and stuff, and without putting stuff on massive sale, it looks like they didn't do a great job of moving that. I just think Walmart, they're already selling cheaper stuff with probably bigger margins, so they were able to cut costs and just get crap out the door because there was just, like I said, people will always buy crap. As long as Walmart puts crap on their shelves, people will buy crap.
True.
Grumpy. Yeah, they may, and I believe we just, or we're in the process of putting together. See, that's like where I lose it. We go talk to China. China tells us what, they're not going to take Taiwan till 2050 or something. And then we come back and now we're going to send billions of dollars in weapons packages to Taiwan in case China invades them. And it's like, I know, it just seems a little counteractive, I guess. And that's not to say that Taiwan should be left hanging or anything. I'm not saying it like that, but
We need to pick our battles better.
yeah. But I mean, I don't think the U.S. trusts China to that extent where they wouldn't give Taiwan a little backing, I guess. I don't know. GLBL looks like it's doing what SATX did yesterday. And what did it ran up, what, couple 100%? GLBL. Cartesian growth. Up 52.3% right now at 1549. And wow, I don't see any news on this, and nothing from till back in May. Yeah, I can't find nothing on that, Bree. But it's on the move. 52% gains. Low volume at this point, though. Very low volume. Only 6,086 trades. Which means it could go parabolic the same way that that one did yesterday, or selling pressure comes in and it drops back to 5-10% gains. So just be careful on that. D-grade, I'm sure that there's an app for that. I'm sure there's a service that, like, you can probably have somebody come and walk your dog, and if not, we should start that service.
Yeah, there is.
Interesting, Arctic Fox. So Intel breaks ground on 2 leading-edge chip factories in Arizona. So what if that's why it's kind of only being speculation at this point that it's Taiwan Semi, because Apple already deals with them, and what if we seen Intel make some kind of move? Either way, that sounds great that Taiwan Semis invest in $12 billion, and then you got Intel, so that means jobs, that means stuff being made in America. I love it. Really? Same kind of companies from the same city, both offices are on the same street? That is wild. That's absolutely wild, Sabrina.
1 second. I'm gonna be in the Discord here shortly. I have to make a few phone calls and that kind of stuff. If anybody needs anything, you know where to find me.
Word.
Let me know if anything pops off in the market, please.
All right. Rover for dog walkers. Perfect.
Red Rover?
Mm-hmm.
Let MIA come over?
20 billion. So you got 20 billion on from Intel, and then you've got what did I just say? I think the Taiwan Semi one is 12 billion. Yeah. A second $12 billion Arizona factory, so they're pumping over there. Good to see. Good to see. And man, they have literally, going back to last week here on CNBC, they've rolled out the CEO of every other crypto exchange that possibly exists. And I admittedly don't know what half of these are. They got the guy from CoinShares on right now. Everything's either a coin something or a bit something or a... and it is just crazy. It's just crazy. It's crazy how at the same time these CEOs are telling us how they were part of that scheme and what they eventually lost in it and things like that, but at the same time trying to tell us why their exchange is different, and you know, things like the whole thing stinks to me. Oh, that's awesome, Arctic Fox. Awesome. Yeah, that's got to be like a different kind of Silicon Valley. You know what I mean? Like it's good to see tech spreading out and not just being all focused in one area. And like I said, I'm sure that provides a lot of good jobs. Well, what you do, D-Grade, is you take them out now, and while you're taking them out, you download the app so that next time you're prepared for the situation. So GLBL halted up at 1685. Housing going nuts there too. Subdivision after subdivision for miles. Good to see. Good to see. We've seen that slow in my area, but hopefully it'll pick back up. I mean, it's always like that this time of year. Home building, obviously going into the winter, you don't see a lot of new projects started. And the market's acting just, kind of bland today. Kind of bland. There's been peaks and valleys, but at the end of the day, we're back to pretty much where we started the day at, with the S&P down 0.5%, the Nasdaq down 1.25%, and the Dow just barely cracking into the green, up 0.04%. And across the S&P top 10, we got Apple down 1%, excuse me. Microsoft up 0.1%. Amazon down 1.3%, 97.63. Tesla back under that 190 mark, 189.28 now on Tesla, down 2.6%. Google up 0.39%, 98.84 on Google. Nvidia down just under 3%, 161.73 on Nvidia. Berkshire down 0.75%. Meta down 3.25%, and United Health up 1.75%. Okay, Junk Savvy found some news on that GLBL. Thank you, Junk Savvy. GLBL holding special meeting tomorrow to discuss proposed business combination with Tiedemann Group and Elvarium Investments. So it is still a blank check company then, Junk Savvy. Am I correct in that? There hasn't been a SPAC in it yet. Is that my understanding? So the one yesterday, the SATX, we found out it had merged. I forget the date. I'm sorry. Like I said, my memory's a little fuzzy. And there's that good old-fashioned heat map. Just for you, Junk Savvy. What the? Alright, Triple X, you're taking it to new levels now. That's just wrong. That is just dead wrong. Anywho, yeah, lots of red. Lots of red. Tech obviously getting hammered off with the Nasdaq being down the most. Consumer cyclical, Amazon, Tesla, General Motors down 4% as well. Consumer defensive, with the exception of Target, coming off those bad earnings, mostly green in that sector. Healthcare, diagnostics and research down. Drug manufacturers up. Healthcare plans up. Industrials not looking great. Energy not looking good. Financial not looking good. Utilities, a lot of green in utilities. So there is some green out there. All these down here. Yeah, they took it to a different level, those people. You didn't want to see that, Grumpy. You did not want to see that. That was beyond distasteful, Grumpy. Been halted for 10 minutes. Let's see if we get a 15-minute halt on it. What's that CEI doing, GTA? It's probably not helping what how energy as a whole is doing right now. You don't want to know, Lobo. You don't want to know. It's just strange. I don't know. Maybe I'm a prude, I guess. I don't know. I'm call me old-fashioned. I just don't know. I don't know. Good grief. Like Sabrina said, I think that describes it best. And I apologize, guys. It was a long day yesterday. Ron. There you go, Grumpy. And that's what it's all about here at Outside the Charts, is having each other's backs like that. You know, Ron looking out for you in more ways than one there, Grumpy. I think a thank you is in order, Mr. Old Man. Oh, serenity now. So DWAC back down to that $24 mark, $24.05. So a disappointing day, I think, for DWAC, for Funware. Funware down almost 10% at 127. My name is not Ralph. Yeah, I think she's all good, Nan. I think she's okay. I'll be much better after I get some lunch. I missed breakfast because I only had time to make the boy breakfast. Alright, 11:35. We got 25 minutes before that lunch I was just talking about. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Alright, now we got the that's a good hit. That's a good hit, GTA. So, what happened? We came out of the halt and then halted again to the upside on GLBL. So now halted upside at 2307. Not showing me the volume for some reason. Yeah, so volume picked up a little bit. So I think Sabrina, I think the blank check companies were both. That's what it looks like. They're both based out of New York. So like with SATX, it's not Satisfy. Satisfy is based out of Israel, right? But the company that it merged with, Endurance Acquisition Corp, they were on Fifth Avenue. And literally, yeah. So then Cartesian Growth, which is GLBL, the blank check company, they're located on the same exact street. So I'm seeing what both you guys are seeing. So I think that might be might clear it up. So it doesn't. So Weeble doesn't give me the information of where Satisfy is. It only gives you the information of Endurance Acquisition Corp. And then the same thing with GLBL. It gives you Cartesian Growth Corp, their address, which was the blank check companies. Oh, absolutely. There could be a connection there. I mean, literally same, right down the street. One's address is 505 Fifth Avenue, and the other one is 630 Fifth Avenue. So pretty close. But I also have to take into account that I don't know New York City like the back of my hand. I've been there only a handful of times. I would have to imagine that's probably the financial district, and there's probably a lot of companies in the same boat doing the same kind of things there. So it could be coincidental. But if you're someone like myself that believes there's no such thing as a coincidence, then maybe there is some link. We'll see what happens with this GLBL when it comes back from this halt. Still halted to the upside, 2307. And that SATX down 27.5% today at $23.02. After running, I think it hit 30. What was the high yesterday? 39.91 was the high yesterday from it opened under $10 and ran as high as 39.91. Damn, tennis. I'm sorry to hear that. Tennis is physical, saying my buddy just got laid off from large tech company. He has 2 kids in private schools and $1 million mortgage. Be smart, y'all. Live below your means. Yeah, absolutely. And, man, my heart goes out to him. I'm sure he'll land on his feet and find something, hopefully. It's tough. It's tough out there, and I don't think... obviously there are some positions that are layoff proof, things like that, but not a lot. If you're working for somebody else, or even if you're working for yourself, nothing's guaranteed, and you got to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. But what gives me some hope too in that situation, tennis, is that you say he's your buddy. So I know in that sense that he'll be fine. His kids will be taken care of, because it's not to use your friend as the example. I'm just saying this kind of situation, those are the tough ones, because a lot of times people like that don't have a safety net. They don't have a you have all these, like, mo money, mo problems. Like you said, $1 million mortgage, 2 kids in private school. That's a lot to upkeep, and it's, yeah, live below your means. I think that's the best way to say it. And that doesn't mean sell yourself short and, don't do stuff that makes you happy, but yeah, but that's the thing, Hyde. You cut off income on someone like that, like it puts them in the same boat, just on a different scale. It's not, and I don't know his financial situation, obviously, but it's a lot of people that live in big houses and stuff like that are living just the same way as a lot of other people. Maybe not necessarily paycheck to paycheck. Maybe they have some savings, but you lose that income, it could go bye-bye. Sabrina, yeah. That happens to me on these, too. I'm just staring at it, waiting for it to unhalt, and I have no skin in the game. And I haven't seen any of you say, like, that you guys jumped in, so there's really no skin in the game, but I am interested in it. And if that's the case, we'll have to cross-reference upcoming SPACs that are located on 5th Avenue between the 5 and 600 block and see what the next one's going to be. Tennis at FNGD. I'm not sure your position on that right now, if you're in or out, but that's up 5.5% today. Looking lovely. Robinhood down over 5%. 963 on Robinhood. And semiconductors getting absolutely hammered. I would love to know if my man Saucy Fredo is still in that SOXS. So SOXS is your inverse 3 times leverage inverse daily performance of the ICE semiconductor index. So it runs completely opposite to the SOXL, which is the bull ETF, 3 times leveraged in semiconductors. So that's down 10.5%. The bear one is up 11%. But Micron Technology's taking one of the bigger hits after they tapered their forecast, I believe, for the remaining of the year. That's down 5%. NXP Semiconductors, that's ticker symbol NXPI, they're down 4.35%. Broadcom, that's ticker symbol AVGO, they're down just about 2%. Qualcomm down 3.75%. Intel down 2.5%. Nvidia down almost 3%. Taiwan Semi down 0.5%. AMD down 4%. And Texas Instruments down 2%. So semiconductors getting whacked today. Well, at least the dogs regular degrade. It's always good to monitor their regularity, and all dogs poop. Look at Junk Savvy going straight to the Google Earth view. 505 Fifth Ave is in Midtown, across from Bryant Park. Huge glass tower with offices that range from 17 to 117K a month. Hoo-hoo, sounds like a place for SPACs, yeah. Nonetheless, very keen eye on that one, Sabrina. And appreciate you doing the going the extra mile there, Junk Savvy. And that's how a great plan comes together. Teamwork always works. Oh, we're unhalted, Bree. 26.94. So 160% gains. Man, Such a good call, Bree. What was it up? About 30% when you called this? It was before it halted. It was before it really hit a FOMO list or anything. And you said it looked exactly like SATX. Great call. Spot on, Bree. So 28.49 it got to as the high. Super volatile. I'm not even going to try to say the price until it settles a little bit. All right, 13 minutes left before trader lunch, and the markets just doing the exact same thing. The Dow up 0.1% now. The S&P down 0.5%. Nasdaq down 1.17%. So not a lot of movement. Dang, could have got the quick double up, Bree. It looks, I'm not getting the sign yet, but it looks to be halted down now. Nope. I apologize. That was a weeble, man, that was a weird glitch. So it glitched into another big red candle, 25.93 now on GLBL. And still only 150,000 trades. So moving up on very similar action to SATX yesterday. And Powell, man, Powell having a bad time. That's POWW. Ammo Inc. Yesterday lost almost 26%. And then follow it up down another 7% today. Oh, dang, Bree. That's one thing I've never done. I've never even looked into buying on Cash App. The only thing I've ever bought on there is Bitcoin. ARDX, Ardelix. I know somebody was in Ardelix, ARDX, maybe last week. What is going on here? It looks like it's been halted since 8:50. Okay, news pending. So ARDX halted on news pending back at 8:52 a.m. So that's ARDX. If you're holding it, you may want to keep an eye on it. Aw, my lady went into the garage and a tiny field mouse crawled into one of the dog beds and died. Well, they died doing what they love, my lady. Which was apparently sneaking into your garage and laying on dog beds. But nonetheless, it's sad. Arctic Fox, when in doubt, I had a suspicion that it was you, maybe that we were talking ARDX, but didn't want to put that evil on you if it wasn't. But I would think that this should be good news. Hopefully, I'm not getting any kind of inclination of what it is. Oh, there you go. Junk Savvy beat me to the punch. So FDA Advisory Committee to discuss Exfosa for the control of serum phosphorus in adult patients with chronic kidney disease on dialysis. Okay, so that's strange that it's halted on there. So is the committee meeting today, and that's why it's halted pending the results of that? Strange. Well, my lady, if I made you, if you had to smile while you were cracking up, then I did my job. That's all. You do. I was gonna say that, Arctic Fox. It's getting a little tough for me to keep track of all your positions. Well, let's keep it that way, Sabrina. Not yet. Let's keep it to never. So we will see what happens with that, Arctic Fox. I'll let you know if I see any news. I don't know what the length of this halt's going to be, if it'll be a whole day thing until that committee meets. Holy guacamole. That's a lot, Arctic Fox. That's a lot. And Junk Savvy dropping that Ardellix article in there. Thank you again. See, this is why I love you guys. Oh, so Amazon's saying now that they're not giving layoff numbers. So they kind of debunked the 10K number. It could be lower, it could be higher. But apparently those numbers did not come from Amazon, from what they're saying. Yeah, it was kind of common back then, wasn't it? That was like, there was pink stuff, and then anything else was like codeine. Like, I remember cough syrup with codeine when I was a kid, things like that. But I was lucky, knock on wood, as far as from what I remember. And maybe it wasn't that I didn't get sick. I used to not tell my mom that I was sick because I would want to be able to go out and play. And if I was sick, I couldn't go out and play. Back in our day, Sabrina, tell them, getting sent to your room was like a punishment. And you try to do that to a kid nowadays, and they're like, hell yeah. I'm going to the room, I'll be on my phone, get the Xbox going, this, that, and the other thing. We wanted to be out of the house doing stuff. Which meant sometimes toughing it out and going to school. When maybe you shouldn't have. Yep. Brown bottles and pink stuff. That was the cure to everything. You go to the doctor, I got a broken arm. Okay, here's this pink stuff. You're going to be just fine. Yeah, I kind of liked it. I kind of liked the pink stuff. I'm not going to lie. I just liked the taste of it. I thought it tasted good. And more sideways action. 5 minutes before we slide into Trader Lunch. Grumpy or Krispy Kreme up a little bit today. 0.2%, 14.59. I know we seen a who was it? Deutsche Bank upgraded their price target to raised it from 14 to 15. I got some other ones, so they weren't the only one. Goldman Sachs also adjusted it to 12.50 from 12. CL King adjusted it from 17 to 18. And then Deutsche Bank from 14 to 15. So the revenue beat expectations on their earnings, and the earnings per share lagged a little bit. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Amoxicillin. I'm pretty sure, Hyde, that was the pink stuff, right? That makes a lot of sense. Tennis is physical. Saying one of my mentors says the world economy is moving away from financialization and back to hard goods and services. Too many companies are not real. Yes, I would agree. I would agree. I think some of those companies will remain. I think a lot of those companies, tennis, we'll see just go bye-bye. Companies that, like you said, aren't real. And then I think we'll see, you know, we started talking about this months ago, and it's going to keep persisting. Like you said, hard goods and services, companies that are making money now, that have money, that their evaluations aren't 100% based on them being ridiculously, wildly successful out of, you know, in 5 years, all baked in now. Because that's what you have with, and that's why we're seeing tech continue to get hit the hardest. When you have companies with 100 times price to earnings ratios, it's just ludicrous, you know. So I think between those evaluations coming back down, and then like you said, some of these companies that are literally aren't companies, we'll see go bye-bye. I think penicillin's different, though. Penicillin might be pink stuff, but I think penicillin, I think I only had in the hospital, right? Because they ask you if you're allergic to it. I think it's amoxicillin. Yeah, how long out do you have on those on the Deutsche Bank puts? Because I still, you know, the timing is going to be everything on that non. I think the shoe will fall on Deutsche Bank eventually, but I don't know when it's going to happen. GLBL halted again. Looks like downside. So GLBL halted down at 23.13. I hope, I hope it was just like a gamble that you made, non. Because I think we expected a lot more downside on Deutsche Bank. But then it's, you know, when it comes to the banks, non, you gotta remember they know how to cook the numbers better than anybody. And, you know, we know the Deutsche Bank's kind of linked to Credit Suisse and what's going on there. And it's, you know, as Birdie would say, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when at this point. Ah, look at you guys dropping knowledge. Kieran loves purple drank. What's up, Kieran? Amoxicillin is a penicillin antibiotic. It is used to treat bacterial infections such as chest infections and dental abscesses and more. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, tennis. Pretty much. You know the deal. And you know, us us that are old enough to have had different generations of doctors throughout our lives, we've seen the shift. We've seen the shift in they're pushing it further to telemedicine, to only treating symptoms, which I really don't like. I don't like where that's headed. And just by our own experiences, we all, Sabrina, I think you would attest to this, the doctors that we had when we were kids. Now, I'm not saying that they made 100% every decision was right, because not long before that, they were still telling you to smoke cigarettes and stuff. But it was I don't know, it just felt like it was a way more personable experience when I was a kid compared to, like, taking my son to the doctors nowadays. It's a very, and again, only a personal experience, but it's a very informal, I don't know, like lack of empathy type of thing. And I don't know if it's across the board or, again, if it's just, Tussin fixed it when you were a kid? Yeah, I went to the same doctor the whole time I was a kid. Like, from like the time I was born until I started going to like a adult doctor. Yes, 180 proof alcohol or brake fluid that cleans the wound out really well. I didn't know brake fluid cleaned the wound out. I don't know if that's true. I don't remember. I had to get a few, but that's where I wasn't as good. They used to have to bring put me on that board and strap me down because I didn't like needles. Kieran. Oh, all right, guys. We are into Trader Lunch. I'm gonna take a minute and go get myself something to eat and try to revitalize myself here. And yeah, TBLT, another offering today. And again, maybe our sales up. Are they getting good data from what was it, Ace that they were in, and then Amazon? Are they getting good sales that they need, because they just raised money, TBLT? So the assumption when they raised the last offering was, okay, they just inked these deals. They need to have money to, ramp up production to get these in stores. But now you've got another round of funding. And again, I haven't looked into exactly what they're doing with it, Junk. So maybe there is a good reasoning behind it, and we see it come back. But clove powder, nice. Chewing on a clove right now. Well, that's why you look 24, Tennis. Healthy as a horse out there. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. And this GLBL still halted to the downside. Any preference on what chart you guys want up? You let me know. I'll put whatever you guys want up there. Crypto. Yes, I will. I know I told you I would find out yesterday for you. My apologies. I will make sure that we tackle that today and get that to you. There's nothing to enjoy about it. Degrade. My head's pounding. My stomach hurts. Yeah, there's no enjoying. Well, it's like you read my mind there, Junk Savvy. The spy it is. Yeah, crypto investor, I will find out for you, buddy. And again, I apologize. I don't like to not follow through on stuff, and I know I told you yesterday that I would get that figured out. All right, guys, I am going to go get some lunch. I'll probably be in the Discord before I go pick up Nikki, and then be back here for Power Hour. All right, guys, if anyone needs anything, you know where to find me. And I'll talk to y'all in a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for Power Hour. How's everybody feeling out there? Hope your afternoon is going splendidly. And it is just 1 minute after 3. The market's doing a whole bunch of the same. The S&P down 0.6%, the NASDAQ down 1.3%, the Dow Jones in the green, up just about 0.1%. ALZN popping. How about that GLBL? After running up to 28.49, come all the way back down. Now at 970. So finished below, now down 5% after running up 150+%. Weird times. DWAC, another one. DWAC getting crumbled, down 15.5%, $21.43 on DWAC. Alzamed, yeah, popped up 9% on ALZN. Ran up to 131. Looks like it pumped right when the CEO was on Fox Business. So he was live on Fox Business. Looks like about 20 minutes ago, up 12.5%. Mr. Business, happy hump day to you, my friend. Some good news earlier, possibly for you, Nunya. Interest rates on loans, mortgage rates, I should say, fell below 7%. So hopefully that could mean some good news in the near future for you and my lady. And GTA's CEI holding gains, only up at 14.37 cents, but still up 2.6%. And considering the rest of the energy sector pretty red, I would say that's doing pretty good. Let's see if we can't get Junk Savvy's favorite one up there. Get this party started. And where are you at, heat map? There's a heat map. So a whole lot of red. Financial sector coming back a little bit with Visa going into the green, MasterCard in the green, JP Morgan. Communication services, Meta taking a big hit. Google a little bit green. The entertainment sector pretty red. Consumer cyclical, the top dogs, Amazon and Tesla, taking a big hit. And you see over here what I was talking about, energy getting absolutely slaughtered. So not a lot of green in there. Healthcare, drug manufacturers remain in green. Healthcare plans remain in green. Not a whole lot else. Well, that one was a little cleaner, Nunya. I don't know if you've seen the one in here earlier. Market's going downside here. S&P slipping down now, 0.75%. The Dow just slipped into the red. And what else we got? Looking across at S&P top 10, we got Apple down 0.84%. Microsoft has gone green, up 0.5%. Amazon down 2%. Tesla all the way down now at 186. 186.57, approaching that daily low of 186.50, down over 4%. Google up 0.75%. Nvidia down nearly 4%, 160.30 on Nvidia. Berkshire down 0.25%. Meta down 3.25%. United Health propping it up a little bit, up 1.75%. Tesla, as Enzo would say, go bye-bye. Tesla falling further now, down 4.25%. Breaking new lows, 182 or 186.23 now, the new low on Tesla. Loki, what's up, Loki? Hey, Loki, we were wondering how that God of War is coming. I think you said you picked it up. If you got any insight into it, let me know. Always appreciate your game reviews. And if Enzo was here right now, I would be willing to bet that he's probably got a put on Tesla, and that might be why he's not here. He might be celebrating Tesla about to fall under that 186 mark, and it's bringing the SPY with it. And wow, I'm starting to sound like Enzo. So the SPY now down 0.77%. The NASDAQ falling further, down 1.5%. It is a market sell-off during Power Hour. 185.82. Tesla just absolutely crumbling right now. Hooey, hooey. Our meme stocks not having a good day. GameStop down 2.5%, 26.91 on GameStop. AMC at 7.55. Ape down at 132, down 6.66%. Yep, that's right, 6.66%. Mullen Automotive down at 27.26 cents. Weird filing recently with Mullen where Mishery bought one share of a new preferred AA stock, I think it is, where he paid $25,000 for it, but it contains voting rights of over 1 billion shares. And that should be setting up for a reverse split soon on Mullen. Oh, fantastic, Loki. I figured that would be the case. But I will pass that along. I know some people were asking earlier, and my response was I was pretty sure that you had picked it up. And you and Caesar C are usually my go-to for hands-on reviews, so I appreciate that. Oh, Elon testified today, huh? So this article just came out 6 minutes ago. Yeah, man. Great minds think alike, Chunk Savvy. I'm just pulling up the article. Okay, Elon Musk took the witness stand Wednesday. Here, you know what? Let me try to bring it up so you guys can see it. Make it a little easier. Okay, so Tesla CEO Elon Musk took the witness stand Wednesday to defend himself in a shareholder lawsuit challenging a compensation package he was awarded by the company's board of directors that is potentially worth more than $55 billion. Musk denied that he dictated terms of the compensation package or attended any meeting at which the plan was discussed by the board, its compensation committee, or a working group that helped develop it. Elon says, "I was entirely focused on the execution of the company." The plaintiff's attorney, Greg Varello, spent much of his cross-examination trying to draw Musk into admitting that he controls Tesla to such an extent that he can sway the board to do his bidding. Among other things, Varello questioned Musk about his title of Techno King, a role that Musk has previously noted comes with panache and great dance moves. Musk says, "I think comedy is legal." He told Varello, who had questioned whether Musk was stone cold sober when he came up with the title. Okay, that's just being childish. Varello also suggested that one of the reasons that Musk developed a master plan for Tesla was to let people know he was in charge. He also noted that Musk makes recommendations regarding compensation for senior executives and that he unilaterally made the decision to pause Tesla's policy of accepting Bitcoin from vehicle purchasers. You're asking complex questions that can't be answered yes or no, Musk said when Varello asked whether he came up with the vision for Tesla. Varello also questioned Musk about how he splits his time among Tesla and his other companies, including SpaceX and Twitter. Musk said he never intended to be CEO of Tesla and that he didn't want to be chief executive of any other companies either, preferring to see himself as an engineer instead. Well, he was way off on that because now he's the CEO of 3 companies, but Musk also said he expects an organizational restructuring of Twitter to be completed in the next week or so. Are we in the Tesla trial or the Twitter trial? Musk wondered at one point, casting a quick glance at Chancellor Kathleen St. Jude McCormick. McCormick also presided over a lawsuit that Twitter filed against Musk earlier this year to force him to carry through with his agreement to acquire the social media giant. McCormick dismissed that suit this week after Musk completed the deal, subsequently declaring himself to be Chief Twit. And then a lot more about this. So, I think basically, so what they're saying is that the compensation levels were rigged. So they had market capitalization milestones, and each milestone in the plan include growing Tesla's market capitalization by $50 billion and meeting aggressive revenue and pre-tax profit growth targets. Musk would receive the full benefit of the pay plan, $55.8 billion, only if Tesla hit a market capitalization of $650 billion and unprecedented revenue and earnings within the decade. So, to me, it looks like a whole lot of nothing. I don't see much coming out of it, but you never know. And Tesla maybe hit that bottom down there, 185.66, back through the 186 mark, 186.19 now on Tesla. Excuse me. And Mullen trying to hold that 27-cent mark. Not looking great on that. AMC down at 760. GameStop meanwhile, trying to push up through that $27 mark, $26.95 on GameStop. Semiconductors continuing to get hammered here. Micron Technologies down 7.5%. NXP Semiconductors down 5%. Broadcom 2.5%. Qualcomm 4.5%. Intel down 4%. Nvidia down 4.3%. Taiwan Semi down 1%. AMD down 5.5% on AMD. And boy, I know Enzo picked up some puts on AMD early this morning that he paid $10 for. So $10 for one contract. Let's see. Those were $65 AMD puts. Which doesn't seem like a whole lot, but if you could buy those for $10 and sell them for $15, make a quick 15 or 50% profit in there like swimwear. And I'll be interested to see how that played out for him. I know he was toying around with an account that started with 45 bucks in it, trying to turn it around. So those are the type of plays that that you can do with that. Turn 10 into 15 real quick, 15 into 20, etc., etc., etc. And again, guys, remember next week, market closed on Thursday and half day on Friday. Half day on Friday, market will close at 1 p.m. on Black Friday. And the market falling a little further now. S&P hitting new daily lows, down 0.9% now. Excuse me. One second, guys. Man, Tough Built dropped 27% on that offering news. So a few different offerings out there today. DNA, the same thing. DNA dropped 13% on their offering news to raise $100 million, I believe it is. So, same thing that we've talked about with these offerings in the past. Never a good reaction to them, but at the same time, with interest rates continuing to rise, with money being harder to get your hands on without a cost sometimes makes sense. Hold on, I got dog aggro coming. 1 second, guys. Alright, sorry about that. Got attacked by a puppy. Alright, we got 36 minutes left before the casino closes temporarily. Grumpy's Krispy Kreme up. We talked about that earlier today. All those price targets raised. There was 3 or 4 price target raises on DNUT. So that's up a little bit over 1%, 14.65. One thing that seems to be inflation proof is donuts. Seems to be inflation proof. Metamaterials having a down day after a tremendous week and a half, down 6%. Still up there at 176. What else? Bitcoin holding 16,524. What's up, Hyde? Good to see you. Good to see you. We're supposed to get massive snow here the next couple days, Hyde. Not looking forward to it. So that's something I got to do as soon as I get off here. Need to get all my winter stuff out, get shovels out of the back of the garage, all that kind of good stuff. That's what it is. That's what it is, Grumpy. Everyone likes donuts. Or D-nuts, as you say. No, they have till March, Junk Savvy, but I've seen multiple articles talking about it could come sooner. So the compliance date would take it all the way out to March, and then they do say that they would be eligible for an extension after that, but I gotta dissect it a little bit, because what I was reading was that was part of it, was to get the votes to get the reverse split approved. I think it had something to do with it, and something to do with Mishery getting that preferred stock that gave him 1.3 billion voting rights. So they would essentially have the same voting rights as all the common shares, but hold no value after that. He can sell them back to the company, I think, for the 25,000 once something gets approved. So I don't know. I'm playing it close that it's going to happen sooner than later. I'm not expecting them to hold out until March. Birdie Hunter. Well, it's got to be, what, about 9:30 there, Birdie? 8:30, 9:30? I forget. You guys are back to 6 hours time difference, I think. And yeah, I'm sure you had a long day. I'm sure you had a long day. You better make like Instagram reel or something with that, Grumpy, when your wife asks you how you got rich. And again, Birdie Hunter. Yes, I think you should. I think we need to resurrect that video one way or another, Birdie. So yes. I don't mind the snow once we get into it, Birdie. Once you get into the routine of the snow being there, it's nowhere near as bad. It's just the beginning, getting used to it. Beautiful, Hyde. Beautiful. Got 17 Axon left now. Just sold more at 190.24. Beautiful. Man, and it was just, you know, just a few weeks ago, Hyde. Well, maybe within a month, because it's since we had the channel up when it was trading down under 130, right around the 127 mark. Beautifully executed, my friend. Beautifully executed. I love how you've taken profits along the way. Not kept all your eggs in one basket. Really, really well played there, Hyde. Yeah, see, that's the tough thing, Junk, because you have to think that it's gonna follow every other reverse split, right? And the one thing that I'm seeing, and this could just be the few authors that I've seen, this could have been their opinion, but I see them leaning towards a 4-for-1 reverse split. So they might go low in the sense of we've seen recently these very high ones, these 25-for-1s, 50-for-1s, where it takes the stock from, say, 20 cents to $5 or something, and then immediately plummets. So that might be a good sign if they do only a 4-to-1. And say they did that at 27 cents. Now it's risky. It's risky because you do it, and then if it falls just a little bit, you're back in the same boat. So, again, that could be all rumor. That could be just the opinions of the fine folks at Benzinga and whatnot. But I would look at Mullen. I would play it defensively and look for that reverse split to come at any time. And maybe they'll draw it out. I just see it being one of those things that we get an alert, you know, at around this time one afternoon, that tomorrow Mullen's going to do this split, and then we're locked into it. So, beautiful, Hyde. Beautiful. No, very, very well played. Like I said, that by any means was not just a lucky play, Hyde. You knew what you were doing and you followed through in it. Proud of you, brother. That's what it's all about right there. And not saying that it's going to come back down or anything, Hyde, but, you know, you took the guaranteed money. You took the guaranteed money. And still playing. Still in the game. Bed Bath & Beyond getting hit down 7%. 347 now on BBBY. AI, LiDAR, after that good day yesterday, topped $1 yesterday, back down now at 87 cents. So if you've been following this LIDR at all, Tennis's Physical plays this. There's big swings in it. There's big swings. He's bullish on it long term, so he likes the technology. He likes where they're going. But we see big swings. We see this trade from, 84 cents up to $1. I would say fairly consistently. So something to keep an eye on. I've been in and out of LIDR a few times. Not that I don't share the same outlook as Tennis. I'm just not really trying to establish any kind of new long-term positions at the moment anyways. Wow, unbelievable. I just get a text from my brother-in-law with my nephew who is a junior. Is he a junior? Yes, I think he's a junior. Junior in high school, taking all AP classes. And these grades are just phenomenal. 99, 93, 92, 96, 97, 99, 100, and 98. Wow. So you are looking, well, you're not looking at because I didn't get enough sleep to be on camera, but you are listening to a very proud uncle right now. So fantastic. Sorry. Only brought it up because the message just came in and that kind of stuff makes me proud. He's a good kid and can't wait to see what the future holds for him. Brilliant, brilliant young mind. Well, hey, that's all it takes. That's all it takes, Hyde. Springsteen wrote a song about it. Can't start a fire without a spark. And that's what it is. Gain some momentum on it, brother. You deserve to win, Hyde. You deserved it, buddy. And first of many. First of many. Thank you, Low-Key. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, before Nikki came along, those were really my first experiences were with my nephews as far as kids. And he'll always have a special place in my heart. So he's my oldest nephew. His name's Dominic. He was 3 years old when they had their other son, and they let Dominic name him. And Dominic chose to name him after his favorite uncle. So we've got a lot of Nicks in the family. For those of you that don't know, that's my real name. So you got me as a Nick, my son is a Nicky, and then I have a nephew that's Nicholas, who's also named after me. So pretty cool. And Nikki's mom's name's Nicole. So yeah, it's real weird. Yeah, they already say that, he gets his intelligence from me, Junk Savvy. I've taught him everything he knows. But no, he's a good kid, and I could not be more proud of him. Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to text him real quick. DNA average down to 245. I love it. I love it. Because I really think this is a overreaction, Tennis. I think the tough built one's an overreaction too. Tough built down 26% now on that offering news. And again, in this climate, you know what? You're gonna raise money. That's the way to do it. Like I said, you never get a positive immediate reaction to it. But I'll tell you what, in the longer, even in the long term, in the shorter, like the midterm, it bodes well because you don't want to be taking on debt. You definitely don't want to take on debt. Board of Directors end of budgets 2023 3-day meeting in the Ardennes Hills in Belgium. So that's probably even better. You're probably happy. Next week it was postponed for 2 weeks because of all the events and growth going on. Well, I'm sure that helps you out to not add more to your plate right now. So you get to go to a snowy island for 3 days before Christmas. Wow, amazing, Birdie, amazing. And hey, you've earned that, Birdie. You've earned it. You're busting your ass every day to really bring this company together and create something big over there. And it's just been really cool to be part of the journey with you and watch things come together. Speaking of coming together, the market kind of coming apart. Everything red. NASDAQ down 1.65%. S&P down 0.83%. The Dow down 0.1%. Man, they still got big price targets on DNA. Tennis, you gotta like that. Like even this one cut by Raymond James, cut from 1450 to 1050. And you have to think that that's cut on the offering, which still tells you, that's tremendous potential. You're still looking at 4x the value, what it is right now. I got you, Junk Savvy. And I will keep scouring. Like I said, I want to find a better one that gives me real-time updates. I just haven't had any success. Like these ones update, I think, every 15 minutes. Consumer defensive. Pretty big comeback there. That's been kind of green most of the day with the exception of that big red boy there, Target. Semiconductors, absolutely bleeding. Most of tech bleeding. What else do we got? Energy, the other sector, getting absolutely hammered. Then again, Tesla, Amazon up there. Utilities remain strong. Industrials, we got a mixed bag. Speaking of that, I believe I'll have to look into this, but I believe that they struck a deal on the railroad with the railroad workers. So that day, that would be Friday morning, 12 a.m. So Thursday night into Friday, I think, is when they could potentially strike. Haven't heard a lot of talk about it, but I'm pretty sure some kind of an agreement was reached. I'm not sure how long term it was, but I think that crisis should be averted for right now. I love it, Birdie. I love it because now the proof is right there. And I remember the puts that you talked about. And anybody that hasn't checked that out, please take the time to listen to our inaugural podcast. And can't wait to get some more of those going. So, Birdie, you let me know when you're free. And hopefully we can get Germ Corp involved some more. And bring some more people in. Okay, so that's one of those plays. I like, though, that you have the reassurance in those plays, Tennis. You know what I mean? I know you play them in and out, but it seems like outside of an outlier once in a while. Like, I know you'll jump on something that's kind of hot just to get in and out without really worrying about any long-term repercussions. But I like that it's almost like a safety net. It seems like with the way you trade stocks, in the sense of you don't get married to them, but at the same time you don't invest in bullshit. Like stocks that you get into, even if you're just getting into it for a short-term gain or to play, buy a dip and sell a rip. It seems like those stocks, you always have awareness of what they are and usually have faith in them long-term. You know what I mean? Again, not saying that you're going for that position, but it seems like that's kind of the backbone of some of your bigger trades. And I love that because you know about the stock. And I think too often when we look at something just to make a quick move on to get in and get out, we don't do any kind of research. So when you're armed with that knowledge of what it could potentially do, I think it gives you a lot more to play with when you're making short-term trades. Yeah, low-key, he's amazing. I could listen to those two guys talk for hours and hours. It's just a tremendous perspective. Tremendous perspective. He really is. And such a kind guy. Such a, it's like I feel like I'm pushing my luck because you just don't expect to meet people like you guys. You know what I mean? You expect some people to be jerks and stuff like that, and it's like to keep interacting with new people. And it was the first time a few weeks ago that I had the chance to actually talk to Germ Corp, and that's why I messed up the first podcast that we had recorded, because I was blown away. The same way if I would have tried to do it the first conversation that I had with Birdie Hunter, it was the same thing. I was expecting some awkwardness. I was expecting some language barrier type stuff, because it's like, hey, I'm going to talk to this guy from the Netherlands that we've never met before, and we're going to have an actual conversation. And literally 30 seconds into mine and Birdie's first conversation, it felt like I was talking to an old friend. It really did. And it was the same with Germ Corp. Just an awesome feeling. And I think these conversations are going to bring a lot of good, in the sense of you get different perspectives, different views, different geographical locations, different pasts. Between Birdie and Germ Corp, I don't know if there's an industry that they haven't touched on or that they don't have some unique knowledge about. And it's just really cool to get that perspective. All right, 16 minutes left, guys. Looks like we're getting a little pump here. A little bit of a pump. The Dow trying to go green. We've got the S&P. Well, it was pumping for a second. That's why I don't get too excited. Still down 0.73%. The NASDAQ down 1.5%. And we got NVIDIA earnings after the bell today. That'll probably have a bit of a ripple effect through the rest of the semiconductors, I would think, which aren't having a good day today. So even with potential not great earnings, which I think they'll probably taper their 2023 forecast, either in this earnings or possibly wait till the next earnings. But I think we'll see it tapered either way. And then it still may not have a big effect on the semis because they're getting beaten down today. But we will wait and see. Yep, that's right, Tennis. That's right. It's an interesting dynamic, and maybe we get a little bit of calmness now. We got Thanksgiving next week. We had the Trump announcement. We still got some midterm stuff going on, but it looks pretty decided. And what we're gonna be rolling right into the next Fed announcement, which I think is December 8th, December 7th, December 8th. Absolutely, Tennis. I'm the same way. Once you get a feel for someone, yes, talk to them. And that's our first conversation as well, Tennis. Exact same thing. Always expect some awkwardness when it's like, okay, it's one thing to type to somebody in a chat or to do something like this. It's a different kind of communication when you're on the phone with them, stuff like that. And it's I can't think of anybody in here that like there was any. It's just a beautiful thing, and it comes down to basic stuff, Tennis, because we're all not the same. We all got different beliefs, different whatever, but I think we're all. I would like to think, and I like to think this about myself. It's not a pat on the back, but I would like to think that we're all genuinely good people. And that's it sounds simple and it sounds corny and it sounds like it's in its simplest form, but that's what it is. That's what it is. We're good people that have awareness of people around us and care about the people around us. That's all. Wait. You got an email from Voyager, so apparently FTX US won the bid to purchase them. So how is that going to play out? Oh, Grumpy, I'm not laughing at you, Grumpy. You know that. I'm just laughing at the whole situation. And it's like I talked about earlier. You see all these other exchanges coming on, telling us how much they were, how much skin they had in the game through FTX, whatever. And each one's kind of been different. They had this much exposure, this, that, and the other thing. But I just like how at the same time they try to pitch how their exchange is different and it would never happen over there. And it's like, maybe that's true, but how many exchanges have to do this before? And I think we'll see some real regulation. You've got some, I guess, influential people. When you start talking Tom Brady, you start talking Kevin O'Leary, you start talking Steph Curry. Those guys have some influence. Now whether they have the power to influence policy, I'm not sure. But we'll see, I guess. GTA, you're a good person. You're a good person, GTA. You put up with all my snicker about CEI, so you're alright in my book. GTA, you're the little brother I never had. That's all that is. Awesome. Thank you, Grumpy. Okay, so... Well, I mean, the good news is, Grumpy, you don't have to do anything. In light of recent events and reports regarding FTX US, the customer vote will be canceled and the proposed sale will not move forward. You will not need to take any action, regardless of whether or not you have already voted. As we move forward, we want to remind you that Voyager did not transfer any assets to FTX US in connection with previously proposed transaction. Voyager also has no loans outstanding with any borrower. Our exposure to FTX Group is approximately $3 million, substantially composed of locked Luna 2 and locked SRM. We cannot withdraw these assets because they remain locked and subject to vesting schedules. So it sounds like they're kind of mad that those things, Luna 2 and SRM, are locked. Yet they send you an email, Grumpy, knowing all of your stuff that's held with them is locked. So, I don't know where that goes. I don't know. Yeah, Yeah, when someone asks me what I do, I somehow find a way to get out of the conversation, Tennis. An old-fashioned, what's that? Steph Curry could barely influence a basketball. Lobo, I knew you would find the silver lining good in that. All right, Birdie, get a good night's sleep, my friend. Give the family our love and knock it out the park again tomorrow, Birdie. Check more stuff off that list, baby. Let's go. I know you got a big day. And you know what? When we're talking at the end of the day around this time, you're going to be able to lay your head down again tomorrow night with some pride and a little bit of contentment. But for now, get some rest and get her done tomorrow. Well, in GTA, so like how good is the ledger if there's backdoors to it? Now, I don't know if it's been proved that I can't ever remember this guy's name. I'm going to call him HBK, Heartbreak Kid, even though that's not his name. But that dude, like, you know, that's what they're alleging, that there was backdoors into the ledger that he was able to access. Exactly, Nunya. Exactly. If it gets to that point, Nunya, that's the answer. You know what I mean? First, I hit him with the, who says I got a living? I never understood that term either. When talking about a job, you ask somebody, what do you do for a living? Like that's all you are is your job. I never liked that term. 6 minutes to go, guys. 6 minutes. SBF. There you go. I don't know why. For some reason, I can't remember that. So do you think GTA in the sense of FTX, and again, this is just what I'm seeing, I'm still learning on this whole thing. Do you think that didn't happen, or that this was a unique situation if he was able to create a backdoor? And I think there's even news out there on the company that created the backdoor from what they're saying. Again, this is just what I'm reading. I'm not alleging that any of this happened or didn't happen. I'm trying to learn what's going on as, you know, the pieces keep coming out. Or was the GTA was the backdoor into something else other than the ledger? Am I misspeaking on that end? That could be a possibility too. Oh, interacting with scams, airdrops is signing away assets. Good to know. Good to know. Voyager may have backdoored you and Grumpy. Yes, Lobo. I think you signed that away on the ledger. Well, and you know, Not that I put any faith in Congress or congressional hearings, because it's usually just a bunch of talk, but not sure if they scheduled the actual day yet, but we will be getting hearings on that in December, so we'll try to cover those. Maybe stuff comes out before. I don't really know. Yeah, that was a good, and I'm glad that you were able to get that quality advice, Grumpy, to convert that Miyagi-Do into those rare NFTs. So well played, well played. All right, 2 minutes and 22 seconds, guys. Get those last minute plays in, if the mood so strikes. 2 days left this week, and then again, not to keep harping on it, just another reminder. If any of you guys are playing call options, things like that, for next week, take into account the day and a half that you kind of won't have. You know what I mean? So when you're looking at it as far as timing out your plays, remember that Thursday the market's closed. Friday the market closes at 1. So definitely be aware of that. Next week, if you have any options expiring, things like that, be sure to keep an eye on those. And maybe on Turkey Day, what we did last year, it was kind of cool. Birdie Hunter had joined myself and a couple of the other hosts on Thanksgiving morning. Typically, Nicky will be with his mom in the morning, and then I get him the rest of the night when we do dinner. So maybe we'll do some kind of little live show. I'll talk to Birdie, see if he's available. It was just kind of cool to get. Last year, it was kind of getting people outside of the U.S. involved in some of our customs for Thanksgiving here. So I'll let you guys know about that. But it was a good time last year, and think we could potentially do it again. Yeah, well, and I wonder if that's going to come out too. So there was all that news about FTX was buying, and I don't know if that was FTX or SBK or whatever his name is, if it was him personally, but how they were buying NFTs for like $10 million that sold for like $9 a month ago. Yeah, and I don't know enough about it, and there's the Bell guys, but like my thought is, and we had a great conversation last week in poker about different cryptos and stuff, and the need for so many different ones. So I think when this is all said and done, you're going to see, and a lot of people like Kevin O'Leary talk about that, when the smoke clears, and that smoke might not clear for years as we go through the regulating process and things like that. Different projections that I've heard is that there'll be 8 to 10 coins, that make it through all this, that have the utility, that have the transparency, have what people are looking for, and that the rest will kind of fade away. Again, this is their words, not mine. I'm bullish on Bitcoin still because I don't see it going anywhere. Other than that, Ethereum, Cardano, things like that, I don't think they're going anywhere. But it's not that I don't trust them, it's that I don't trust other people that can get involved with them. So well, another day has come and gone. Now we got NVIDIA's earnings and Cisco's earnings coming up. Those are the two big earnings coming up after the bell. And what else? I don't know what that means, GTA, but I like it. All right, so just to wrap up, all three indices closed in the red. The Dow closed down 0.11%. The S&P closed down 0.82%. And the NASDAQ closed down 1.54%. So not a great showing today for them. And GameStop closed at $27.11, so got back up over that $27 mark. AMC, again, not a great day, but all things considered, where we're at on AMC, I don't think we could be too upset at this point. $7.54. Not too bad. Not too bad considering what would you call it? A lackluster earnings. Not that the earnings call was bad. Not that Adam Aaron said anything wrong, but we expected a lull in the third quarter. Typically, not the best quarter as far as movies, but I think he had a lot of hope as far as what's on the horizon. Now, normally tennis, that would have made me gasp and been like, "Holy shit, this dude's down 34K today." But I know it ain't no thing for you. And I think a big part of the reason that you can have success like that is because you have that attitude. You can lose 34 today and make 45 tomorrow. I love it. I love the awareness, but not the consumption, tennis. And that's key. That's key for both being a good trader, and that's key for keeping your mental health. You know, when you're trading stocks, it's a stressful thing. You know, it's something that doesn't get talked about a lot. You know, obviously mental health is always a taboo subject, and nobody likes to. Nobody likes to put their vulnerability out there sometimes, but it is something that, I always encourage people when coming up with a trading strategy that works for you to really keep your mental health as something that plays into how you trade. So if you're somebody that holding something long term is going to create anxiety for you, stuff like that, maybe look at swing trading, maybe look at day trading, or vice versa. If you're somebody that the stress of day trading is too much, that's when you look for maybe setting up a dividend account or something like that. And these are just vague examples, but just something to consider, guys, because there's a lot more to life than money. I think you guys all know that, and it's like somebody wise once told me, I'll probably butcher it, but basically you can't help others if you're not in a position to do that. So no, well, yeah, I mean he's talking about his earnings report. He's talking about his earnings report. So you weren't all the way off, GTA. That's all, tennis. That's all. That's all, brother. You taught me that lesson. Again, I won't rehash the whole thing, but in a sense, you changed the trajectory of my life without even realizing it. Because honestly, tennis, had you not called me that Friday night, I probably would have never got back on a microphone the next Monday morning, and I definitely wouldn't be here doing this today. So, funny how life works out. Funny how people are brought into your life for whatever reason. But I don't believe in coincidences. And I believe every one of you guys that I've had the pleasure of getting to know have came into my life for a reason. And hopefully I've done the same, even in a small way, for some of you guys. And we'll keep doing this together, day in, day out. We're going to keep growing, keep going, and keep making money. So everybody have a fantastic Wednesday evening. There will be poker in the chat. I'm not going to commit to it. I wouldn't lie to you guys. I will try to make it, but it was a night last night. So I'm gonna recuperate, and maybe I'll see you guys in there. But if not, I will definitely see you guys tomorrow morning. And everybody have a fantastic evening. And again, thank you guys for all the love, all the support. Hey, right back at you, Low-Key. Right back at you, brother. You have no idea. You have no idea, Low-Key, and I know it sounds stupid, but like, your colorful emojis, without you have a skill where you don't even have to say a word and you bring smiles to people's faces. And it's not because the emojis are cool, even though they're amazing. What's really cool about them is we see those emojis and we think of you, Low-Key. We think of the kind, caring, loving, supportive, positive dude that you are. So we don't just love you for your emojis. We love you for you, Low-Key. And that's real. That's real. Alright, guys. Much love. Everybody take care. Have a great evening. And, yeah, let's make some money tomorrow. Oh, Cisco. Real quick, Cisco beat on earnings. So, someone's going to be playing a thong song tonight. And it's probably going to be the boys over at Cisco. Revenue beat by 300 million. So, that's doing pretty good. Alright, guys. Much love. I will see you on the flip side later on.